Close. There we go. We're live. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Right. Just gonna hang out by myself then. Okay, close it. Close. Too much handy, man. YouTube. 3 people. A late night party. Let's do it live. Fuck it. Do you remember I posted that Bill O'Reilly meme or something on my Instagram? And it was originally posted by an electrician meme account on Instagram about working on live electricity. And in the comments of a lot of my videos, I do a little reverse trolling now and then, where I do work on live electrical. You know, it's a 15 amp circuit, 120 volts. But there's a lot of safety Sallies that watch my videos from the big cities, and they lose their fucking minds if you tell them you're working on a live circuit, or it's not worth trying to turn half the house off trying to figure out which circuit you're working on. That RC car, I think it's called a T-Max. It's super, it's probably 25 years old. I dug it out of storage. I dumped like $125 just into things. I don't know, fuel, glow plug starter, the button thing. Things are expensive these days. But I got it up and running, and my kids love it. I was ripping it around the backyard and kind of put it away for a while. But it runs good. Yeah, it's an old T-Max, I think, gas powered, and it is. They call it the original. It's like old school. You were expecting handy. I could go put the wig on and the bandana and the glasses if you want. Just handy man. It's interesting. People think my name is Andy. I've actually had sponsors reach out and say, "Hey, Andy, do you want to do this, that, and the other thing?" No, we got 24 other people out here. You never knew this channel existed. Well, I fired it up because it was a trend to come up with a second channel where you could be yourself. Because when you've been on YouTube or social media for a while, you develop this involuntary online persona. And we all hate it. A lot of us hate it. That we've just turned into a character. And we wish we could go back to just being normal, not having to worry about sponsorships, not having to worry about views or money or anything, and just talk to the people and share whatever it is we do with the people who like us for who we are. And that's why a lot of channels came up with their second channel. So that's kind of what this is. I got a little risque on the last live stream. I will delete that later tonight. It actually will be made unlisted, and you can watch it on Patreon if you're interested. But burn the WD-40 hat. You know, who had the CEO of There was a podcast recently, and they had the CEO of WD-40, who is a foreigner. I think he's Australian or from England. I think he's from England. But I think only 20% of WD-40's employees are American. It's not an American company anymore. And you can't fault them because they're all run by advisors. And during the pandemic, everybody was super woke, especially big companies like WD-40. And it's not a person or a brand. It's these groups or a board or this or that of just a few people who make the company not what it used to be. And I wore a t-shirt of another YouTuber. And anyway, the fan hit the shan and they said, oh, you got to delete that video because you can't wear that t-shirt during a WD-40 segment. We can't be associated with you. And I'm like, man. And this is my introduction to DEI. And during the pandemic and just slightly before it, every major company had a DEI board, diversity, equity, inclusion. I had no clue what it was at all. I heard it once on a Joe Rogan podcast. So I Googled WD-40 DEI program. And I was like freaking in shock. I'm like, what the hell is this weird stuff? It's like, you got to have disabled people. You have to have gay people. Like, you specifically have to go out of your way to hire gay people. It's not based off of your skill set, but you have to have this many people working at your company. It was crazy. And that, we're going back to 2020, 2021, before everybody knew what DEI was. But that was my first thing, was like, fuck, WD-40, it's like freaking Coca-Cola. Of course, Coca-Cola did the same damn thing. They had to do it. I could talk your ear off about it. I went a little too much down the rabbit hole about the valuation of companies and who puts the value on companies. And this your DEI program was part of the value of your company. They just did it because they had to do it, but it was like, fuck me. That's some gay shit there. All right, do you even talk about the S Super Secret third channel here? We can talk about the topics. I'm not going to give out, the deets. Although I could talk about why I have not made the Super Secret third YouTube channel my main YouTube channel. So this is more of business talk. And I actually had this conversation tonight at dinner. One of the biggest scams and myths is if you love what you do, you won't work a day in your life. And if you, let's say you like working on cars, you like woodworking, and you decide you're going to support a family off your hobby, you'll no longer enjoy your hobby. Once you have customers, clients, deadlines, contracts, it's a job. You can turn the thing you enjoy the most into a job. And I think that is kind of the biggest scam in the, I don't know, everybody's, trying to motivate you, and they try to come up with buzzwords and buzz phrases and stuff. You love what you do, you never work a day in your life. Well, that's bullshit. And that's why I have not pursued making money outside of just enough to do some tax write-offs on that Super Secret third YouTube channel. So consider that. All right, we got 28 people over here. Is anybody just joining us now that was not on the business one? See, I have been away, Handy, working a ton of hours. That's great, Brian. Hey, Brian, I recognize the name. Any new sponsors? What's been going on? Yeah, we got shitloads of sponsors coming up. We're going into Black Friday season, shopping season. Rigid. It's actually in my inbox, the contract. I have not signed the contract. Rigid Shopback is sponsoring a dedicated video. So somehow I got to talk about a freaking Shopback for 8 minutes. But it'll be worth it. And buy my kids some sneakers with it. Where'd you go, Brian? Renovate, guys. Your white hat is throwing the brightness off on and off. It is. Fuck. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. I see that. I see it. My kids like wearing this around the house when I'm doing work outside. Let's put the WD-40 hat back on. We'll get the brightness off. Thank you for letting me know that was messing with you. So models. That's what I'm talking about. Models. DEI is a front. Steve. Worked for a large corp for 20 years. Best part of retiring was not worrying about pissing off those woke assholes. Oh boy. Profab Machine just joined us. Holy cow. How is the homeless situation up north? Our neighbor to the south has been experiencing some crazy homelessness. Profab, to your south. They're freaking putting up tents and everything. It's crazy. Oh my God. The gays have the most lubricant knowledge of the WD-40. Can you imagine trying to spray it? Stick it in. Oh, it's hilarious. Hold on. Oh boy. Super secret third channel. If you know, you know. So I think the last video I uploaded on the Super Secret Third YouTube channel was at the end of summer. And I had an awesome hunting season. Fuck, it was awesome. I mean, it was kick-ass. And it was, I got so many hours of videos to edit before I can put out something that's decent. But actually, my next season starts here in like next week. Let's see. John at DIY finally woke up. He's one of them potheads out there in California. I'm just kidding, Johnny. I think Johnny is the next breakout. I think Johnny DIY is going to be the next breakout YouTuber, influencer in the home improvement industry. See, your last Too Much Handyman video was about your tool trailer. So the tool trailer is a snowmobile trailer right now. It's not a tool trailer. And I've used it as a prop for a couple sponsorships. But right now, I don't know if you can see this thing. This is probably going to be the battery that powers the lights and the heater in there. I got to get a diesel heater. I'm going to try to hit up VEVOR for a couple different things. I want a VEVOR diesel heater. And do any of you guys have tool trailers and use those VEVOR, I don't know what the fuck you call them, where you hitch your trailer up to this dolly and it's like a electric dolly? I want to try to get one of those out of VEVOR to manipulate my former tool trailer, present snowmobile trailer, into a certain spot. Stay-at-home dad. I live in France. Paris, actually. It's where I do most of my work. Paris, France. Yeah, I've been on YouTube for a long time. Everyone thinks you're a stoner because you're in California. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. You considered going to Bulletproof Handyman camping trip? I have no idea what you just said. I'm all down for camping. My camping, I do a lot of different type of camping. Oh man, I went deep, deep into the wilderness for this elk season with a muzzle loader. I mean, we were deep into the wilderness. Woke up with snow on us. It was amazing. There was a little bit of Brokeback Mountain action out there. Bulletproof handyman YouTuber. I do not know. Let's do a quick little Google searcher here. YouTube. BULLE bullet. PRO handy man. Bulletproof handy man. Oh gosh, cowboy. Where's he from? What? I don't want you out him. I don't know how anonymous he stays or what, but muzzleloader is. Oh, I could talk to you forever about muzzleloader hunting. I love shooting. I shoot all the time. It's 50 caliber is what I need. I have very specific requirements of the state that I was hunting. Loose powder, no optics, no sabots. Pretty much as primitive as you can get without going flintlock. Arizona. He's got a pretty sweet beard and a fucking kick-ass cowboy hat. I need one of those. I really don't know anything about Bulletproof handyman business. But by the beard and hat, I'm sold. Ohio? Fuck, you could probably... Listen, no optics. It's basically flintlock without a flint. You can use a primer. That's about it. Straight. Oh, you got like the Bushmaster 50. You can't shoot a freaking rifle in certain areas of Ohio. I've always wondered why they made that Bushmaster 50 or whatever it is. But the straight walled cartridge, I'm hearing it. I understand it now. The 450, 350 Legend, yeah, for freaking whitetails. Kind of miss hunting whitetails. I used to hunt them like crazy. What do we got there? Anybody want to talk about something? I'm all about the money, helping you make money, not my money. It's irrelevant to your money. So you can't use a 308 Winchester in Ohio? Is it like anywhere in Ohio or just certain areas where populations are too dense? Because I know in certain areas you can't even hunt with a rifle. You got to hunt with a slug and a shotgun. The entire state, you can't use a rifle anywhere. Wow. And Ohio is a very conservative state. Is it that densely populated that it is that risky to use a freaking 308? Interesting. That's exactly it. Half of Ohio is extremely flat, and we're top 10 population in the country. I guess I understand it. I mean, obviously I don't like it because I've got the sweetest POF. What the fuck is that thing called? It's a 308. It's a proprietary AR platform. POF 308 Winchester. What is my thing? It's like it's a POF Rogue. Oh, it's fucking sweet. It's like shooting with a toy. Yeah, I'm freaking over 18. So I have the POF Rogue. Google that. ROGUE. And I'm about ready to order another suppressor. I just started hunting with a suppressor on my 300 Win Mag. And that's kind of like just dedicated to the 300. And now for my anything that's not long range, any Texas hunting, even predator hunting, I'd go to that 308, hands down. Modelo, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know. I'm out. I think it's time to go get another one. I'm gonna use my handy dandy bottle opener. Let's see here. How many people did we scare off? We didn't. We still got 24 people. Are there any other big game hunters in here? Oh, fuck. I'm going to stab myself. I should just get a fucking bottle opener. Jesus. Come on, Andy. Be a man. Grab it with your teeth. There we go. P.O. Rogue is sweet. It is pretty sweet. It's silly how light it is, and it was supposed to be my hog hunting gun. It still is my hog hunting gun, because you get into these little box blinds and stuff, and you can't be getting in there with a giant freaking rifle with a big freaking suppressor on the end of it. You're banging the walls and whatnot. Tiny. I'm getting this week. I'm getting a Banish 30 V2 gold for my suppressor, and I'm going to get the Law tactical folder for it. So whenever I go down there to Texas, I got myself a super sweet little thing. Let's see here. Could you still hit your financial goals without YouTube money, handyman? Income only. Yeah, I could. I've been able to slack off on my handyman work and be more choosy on the jobs that I take because YouTube. Full trans. Sorry, there's a little bit of delay. I'm actually watching myself try to open this beer. Yeah, so the YouTube has afforded me a little bit of leeway on the jobs that I take. I can be choosy about it. I can let some customers that were a little less paying, and I never really, you just know your customers. When you have customers for 3 years, 4 years, you just know their price point. And you can start, because of YouTube, let them drift away and have a core group of customers now. And all my customers know I have a YouTube channel. There's no hiding it at all. And I mean, keep in mind, this is, I think, 2010. I don't even know what year it is. Shit, it might be 15 years that I've been on YouTube. I lose track. But all my current customers know that I have a YouTube channel, and they're cool with it. But I keep them like myself. I'm anonymous. I don't publish what their business is, what their house is. A lot of it's rental houses. It could be fixes, could be flips. We trust each other, type thing. Now, I'd rather talk about hunting. Hold on. I'm at Michigan, straight-walled cartridges in the lower half of Michigan, rifle cartridges in the upper half. Ooh, man, I have too many guns, rifles, pistols, but I've got one giant Pelican case. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's my two rifles. It's my 300 Win Mag and my 308. And my 300 Win Mag is, I mean, I was up at my dad's house today, and we were shooting 333 yards. No, 433 yards. And it was like shooting at 100 yards. Just, I was keeping a group about oh shit, oh, my phone's up there. I'd show you. About this big at 433 yards. My dad's group was a little bit bigger because he hasn't quite figured his system out. Anyway, I got to talk about guns all day. I actually started competing last year in the, I don't know if you guys are, any of you, are familiar with NRL Hunter. I did a couple of those matches last year. Man, did that really speed me up in the old sniper category. I have one of those 6.5 Creedmoors. I've never hunt with him, but that was my competition rifle. Did someone say I need a lime in my drink? Lewis Machine and Tool is my go-to. I don't know what that is. Bulletproof Handyman primarily works with property managers, but lots of good education, info prices, and being handyman. That's cool. I have a stainless steel bolt action 300 Win Mag. Oh, 300 Win Mag is the go-to. It's my do-all, end-all, be-all, the Lord's caliber. I love Mega Machine Shop. They have ceased operations. You want a 22-250? My dad's got one. He's one of those diehards, 22-250s. He's even got a whitetail on it. Good for predators. A lot of states you can't hunt big game with it. I do not have a 22-250. Should I get one? What would I kill with a 22-250? I don't know. After this whole competition shooting thing with it, I fucking hate a 6.5 Creedmoor. But it is the go-to caliber for most competition shooting. And I would just use that for predator hunting. Whether it's woodchucks, prairie dogs, coyotes. That's about it. Yeah, the 22-250, I would say it is the go-to varmint gun. How's my crypto going? I don't have much crypto. I sold it. My crypto is parked in the driveway, fully paid off. I do have, I don't know, I've got some. I got about 30 grand in crypto. That's about it. And let's see here. This is an interesting topic. Do you think Charlie Kirk actually stopped a 30-06? The answer is no. I don't know what the hell happened. I saw the video. I saw the blood spray. But I have not seen any diagrams of where it entered or where it exited. I've killed hundreds of animals with less than a 30-06. And this distance here, let's just go with a 308 or a 6.5 Creedmoor. Now it also has to do with what type of bullet. Is it a hunting bullet? Is it expanding bullet? There's different type of expanding bullets. There's bullets that are cup and core bullets that are meant to retain mass. But still, 200 yards with 30-06 would put a fist size hole minimum. Let's just say I was hit here. There would be a hole this size minimum on the opposite side. Hundreds of animals. I don't know if I put that out or not. I do. Yeah, I think I put it out somewhere. I don't know where I'm putting it. But I do hunting guide for an organization that takes out disabled veterans to hunt a certain species of animal. And I do it every single year for the last 10 years. And no, hitting the spine with a 30-06, 150 grain bullet, there's just not enough mass here. I mean, if you saw my living room is Bass Pro Shops, just from the animals that I've killed. Then I've got my basement is just filled with Euro mounts. My wife did not know what she was getting into. So I've killed and seen killed so many animals with around that 150 grain bullet going 2,900 feet per second. That 30 caliber. I would say there's no way in hell a human neck is stopping. Is impossible. I do not know the logistics. When I saw the blood spray, I thought that was the exit wound. Now, if he clipped it, like here, this section here, you clip that jugular and it's spraying. We're talking fire hose of blood. I don't know where the entrance was. I don't know where the exit was. But let's just say entrance was here, exit over here. You're almost fully decapitated. Almost fully decapitated. And unless he had some weird freaking Full Metal Jacket thing that I have had one instance on an antelope where the bullet did not expand, but it went straight through it like a fucking pencil. It was like a pencil hole right straight through the chest cavity of an antelope. And this is 125 yards. It's on freaking video on the SSTC. You watch, bang, you see the animal. It doesn't take one step and falls over. And I said, is that the exit wound? Because the bullet did not expand. I don't know if it was going too fast to expand or too slow. I don't use that bullet anymore. It was a 200 grain Hornady ELDX out of my old 300 Win Mag. At 125 yards, it did not expand. It was a pencil hole right straight through the chest cavity. Anyway, Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. I have not... Is that information even published? Do you think Charlie Kirk was stopped? He was actually stopped by 30-06. 30-06 would have blew his fucking head off. Nearly. At 200 yards and in. The velocity and the energy would have popped his head almost off. Could hitting the spinal cord stopped it? Possibly. But in stopping it, it would have shattered the bullet and made a like an explosion out the side of his head. Let's see. In the hundreds of over flood, in the hundreds of shots on animals of human-sized game, I personally haven't seen any weird ricochet with arrows. I also archery hunt. Arrows can do some funky stuff off of ribs. Inside can just do some weird stuff. I've seen way weird stuff with arrows, not with bullets. I honestly haven't looked at. I don't really know that this terminal ballistic debate of Charlie Kirk. I saw the video. I watched the video. I saw the blood flow. Was that the entrance wound? I personally thought the blood flow. Okay, I don't know how to react to this. Anyways, you saw the blood. I thought that was the exit. They're saying it wasn't blood spray. It was a wire to his mic. Yeah, you can clearly see that there's blood flowing from... It's his left side as I saw it. Tim Wells killed a bear with a blow dart gun. You know what's crazy is that Tim Wells guy and his fucking blow dart has a lot of people getting in trouble. There are cities and towns and parks across America have a bunch of rodents, ducks, geese, squirrels stuck with those damn blow darts. All right, Stay Home says Full Metal Jacket would go clean through. That's the kind. See, I'm very familiar with hunting bullets, not FMJs, but I'm pretty sure Full Metal Jackets are not designed to expand. They claim the bullet fragment in his spine. I don't know, man. I mean, I've watched and guided a lot of animals get spined. I've watched animals get shot from fucking ass to neck. I'm trying to remember like a bullet that did not exit on a neck shot. Even my 6.5 Creedmoor, I actually had to take a follow-up shot for a disabled veteran last season, and I did a neck shot. The shot that they put on it was fatal, but they were freaking out. They were like literally in tears, and I'm like, "Hey, you got to take a follow-up shot. Come on, let's get another round in. Okay, that's it. It's bedded." They were losing their shit, and I'm like, "Do you want me?" And in this state, you have a disabled license. You get a shoot from vehicle license, and you can have a dispatch. So your person that's guiding you and helping you can dispatch. I said, "Do you want me to shoot it?" And they're actually using my rifle, and a neck shot. No ruining the meat or anything like that. And it is like, and this is a 6.5 Creedmoor with 143 grain ELD M. It was a match grade bullet. Blue. It's like a fucking grenade went off in the neck. Oh boy, stay at home dad. Actually swallowing some of this fucking Candace Owens. Are we gonna go down that rabbit hole? I want to steer clear of Candace Owens because I've dabbled in following her, and somehow you get sucked into that. It's like a freaking vacuum. She went off the freaking deep end on this Charlie Kirk thing, and she is counting the money. I don't know what to think on these conspiracy theories. It is fucking weird. The whole tranny boyfriend, roommate thing, and the way he was raised, and it hurts my brain to think about the whole logistics of everything that got us to where we are. 200 yards. Literally, I was set up on a tripod shooting 433 yards today. He probably could watch some good YouTube videos. If he shot prone, did he have a bipod? Did he have a rear bag? My guess is he was shooting for the head, did not compensate for drop. We're assuming the rifle was zeroed at 100 yards, and that's why he got shot in the neck and not the head. 30-06, 150 grain bullet from 100 to 200 is going to have 2.5 inch drop. That's about it. I don't know. It's I don't know. Yeah, here we go. I saw a motorcycle accident today. let's chime in on that. How many of you guys have lane splitting laws in your place? A woman driver sped in the center lane and crashed with a motorcycle. Fuck. I got stuck in freaking traffic today. I got this little AI box. I took my youngest son. He didn't have school today up to my dad's where we were shooting. And it's a 1 hour drive. Sometimes I can do it 55 minutes. If you watch some videos, if it's way out in the country, I think I only did like one video out at my dad's house. You know, like, where the hell is that? I thought they hadn't even lived in the city. So my dad lives 70 miles away in the middle of freaking nowhere. And that's where my I guess I call it my range, but I can shoot out to 555 there. Normally I would never shoot an animal at that distance, but I almost pulled the trigger on an antelope at 400 to 426 last weekend, but it wasn't a right shot. I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, the traffic. Oh yeah, we made it there in less than 60 minutes. Coming back on a Friday evening took us an hour and a freaking half, and I hot spotted my my phone, and me and my 4-year-old watched the A-Team, the new movie on Netflix. Freaking loved it. It was awesome. 4-year-olds and the A-Team. And I was wondering why the heck they didn't play the real theme song in that movie. I'm like, come on, give it to me, give it to me. I grew up on this. I grew up on the A-Team and the Airwolf and the Fall Guy and Walker Texas Ranger and the Dukes of Hazzard. Give me the A-Team. The only time they played the real A-Team song was when the mental people were watching the A-Team on the screen. So there must have been some sort of licensing rights confrontation over using the real freaking A-Team song. I'm like, give it to me. And it wasn't the full thing. And I was like, man, what a letdown. All right, let me catch up with you. I started ranting about the A-Team not having the right theme song. Never knew what lane splitting was until I traveled to California. Yeah, they just allowed that here. You feel like you want to fucking open your door on those mother people. All right, here we go. Based on available medical and ballistic analysis, the bullet path began with entry into the neck, potentially after a glancing impact on the clavicle, then proceeded inward. Okay. Intersecting with the spine, where it began to yaw. I know what that means. Spiral downward. Did you use freaking AI for this? During this transverse projectile mushroom, okay, so mushroom, so it must be a hunting rifle, expanding in diameter and fragmenting due to interaction with dense what? Dense flesh? Yeah, Airwolf was the shit. I left Knight Rider out of that. Knight Rider was also a part of my dad's like freaking weekly shows. You cannot leave Knight Rider out of any of those. Anyways, back to this shot. All right, glancing. I mean, 150 grain. I'm guessing 150 grain hunting bullet at 200 yards at a 30-yard 6, which has got more power than a 308. Way less than a 300 Win Mag. Not quite a Magnum and not quite a short action. There would have been massive explosion in this dude's fucking neck. Like, we're talking the hydrostatic shock. Even if you have a high shoulder shot on an animal that doesn't hit lungs, doesn't hit heart, the hydrostatic shock of that mass hitting the central nervous system, it does drop him. And that's what happened. He went and went down. Anyways, I don't know if we should talk too much more about this, but I've seen a lot of exit holes with hunting ammo that's meant to mushroom and retain mass. Street Hawk, man, that was a short-lived one. Wasn't it like a Knight Rider wannabe on a crotch rocket? Holy shit. Oh, stay-at-home dad. Dude, you do stay at home. Anyway, not that it has any relevance. We were probably children back then. Street Hawk was the Knight Rider crotch rocket version. I remember Walker, Texas Ranger. I remember the Fall Guy. Who was the guy that had the tow truck? Was that the Fall Guy? Oh, no, it was the fucking, Jesus. The $1 Million Man. Who's the $1 Million Man? It's on the tip of my tongue. Somebody post it, please. It's the dude. You got the eye. The $1 Million Man. Who is he? Come on, please tell me. All right, fucking gonna have to go to Google. Come on, tell me who the $1 Million Man is. He was also a part of that era. All right. Who is the $1 Million Man in the 80s TV? Jesus. Why you gotta be so... Who is the $1 Million Man in the 80s TV show? $6 Million Man? I don't think it was that. That $6 Million Man was the name of the show, I think. Was it $6 Million Man? Street Hawk, yeah, Street. $6 Million Man. There was another one. I don't know if it was the $6 Million Man. That's more 70s? I didn't watch it in the 70s. I was born in 70s. It's like 77. Last few days of 76. The Fall Guy. I remember watching that one. That was the shit. That is an interesting question, and I appreciate the thought. Over flood. If I were to ever, I'm rewatching myself reenact the $1 Million Man on the screen here. I'm not a tattoo guy. I've had various thoughts about tattoos over the years, and I'm not a tattoo person. The Bionic Man, that's what I'm looking for. Not the $6 Million Man, the Bionic Man. It was the Bionic Man. I don't know why Google said the $6 Million Man. It showed me the thing of the $6 Million Man, Bionic Man. So then there was the Bionic Woman. Didn't he get married to the Bionic Woman? Yeah, he did. The Bionic Man and the Bionic Woman. So tattoos. I think having a clean slate is, I don't know. You guys want to talk about tattoos? I mean, I'm sure most of you got tattoos. My sister-in-law, she's got a tramp stamp. A lot of guys that were in the military, they got ones. My dad, he freaking cut some chick's name off his arm with a Swiss Army knife. He had military stuff, but he didn't like them after he became a father. Did I buy any fancy tools lately? Yes. A freaking expensive one. To complete the job that I just finished, which hopefully It's supposed to be out Monday, but I'm waiting for freaking Blue Eddie. The video. And that is a video that I talked about earlier that I could have split up into 3 separate videos, but I put it all into one. It's a long ass video. And I chopped it up many times and sped things up. It took me 2 freaking days, 2 long 10-hour to get this damn building moved across this yard. Actually, it was more than that. The first day, the first day of pulling, I got it to the pad. But there's a whole day of moving sprinkler lines, building the pad, shoveling that 5,000 pounds of freaking gravel that I told you about. So it was a 3-day job. Build pad, move the sprinkler lines, build the 4x4 pad, fill the 4x4 pad in with, I put down landscaping barrier, and then 5,000 pounds of 3/4 inch gravel, crushed granite, into it. Then I got pulled halfway there. No, I got pulled right up onto it. The freaking winch broke. Bought a new winch the next morning, and then got it perfectly winched in. I was using snatch blocks off of every tree to position this building down to the inch. I'm kind of proud of myself. I knew I could do it, but I didn't know I could do it. It's like, all right, I got to take this building and put it exactly there within an inch. I'm like, I think I can do it. And it worked out. It's kind of crazy how it did work. No. Let's see. What do we got? Any fancy new tools? Yeah, I bought a big ass winch, a brand new winch. You need to get a tattoo removed. What do you got? Some slut's name on your ass cheek? That is interesting. You're not normal if you don't have a tattoo these days. So if you're non-tatted, you're, I don't know, a rebel? I don't know. I kind of want to do ideally, what I would do, if money were no option, I would only upload once a month and put out an hour-long, full start to finish project video. It is just not profitable at all. I could take a 1-week project, a 4-day project, turn it into a full month-long YouTube upload of 4 segments, get 4 sponsorships, 4 times the views. The people who watch the videos, unless it's a real tricky viral thing, are going to watch 4 videos, or they're going to watch 1 video. So let's just say 10,000 people are going to watch every single video I upload. That's 40,000 views or 10,000 views. I think I did the math right. Yeah, things are there's a business to this too, and you can't ignore it. Let's see here. Stay-at-home dad. The only tattoo I like is a tramp stamp above the big A. Let's see here. What would I don't know. I mean, there's women that I'd want to, and there's women that I would want to be the mother of my children. There's a big difference between the tolerance or desire or aiming points between mother of my children and anything else. All right, JD, thanks for, I'm going to read this whole thing out right. I like Jimmy's style. Sometimes he does a voiceover. Sometimes it's just music and fast forward. I think it's a matter of having a captive audience and good subscriber base. That's where I fucked up. My subscriber base has the attention span of a gnat. They only click on clickbait. Present company, all 33 of you excluded from that statement. But my viewership on the main channel will only click on clickbait. I've done the research and so when you upload a video, you can upload different thumbnails, different titles, and run tests and see what title and what thumbnail gets more clicks in a certain amount of times. And the people who watch my videos will only click on the most dramatic thumbnails and titles. And that's partly my fault. I built my base during the pandemic where fucking you're printing money if you get views. And there are a couple channels where there is zero clickbait. And he started off at zero clickbait. His base was built off of zero clickbait. So therefore he never needed to participate in clickbait. It's very rare that there are YouTube channels that don't clickbait. Hey Paige, it's evening out here. It's been a long time. I miss you, Paige. I do stalk you a little bit on the internet, on Instagram. You can find out who your people are and who your people aren't. And Paige is our people. I'm going to grab one more. I'll be right back. Oh! Man down. It's not even 3 in the morning out there. What is it? 1, 2, 3. What are you doing up? What are you doing up? Let's see here. We need to find a better bottle opener than this. Let's just go with the tried and true screwdriver. Why is that there? Work. Let's see here. It's like real early morning out there. Why? I'm not going to question. Oh, see, it's so much easier than the snips. You know what's weird about Instagram is if you click on a reel, there's this little thing up there, and you see, what are your followers like? So you click that, and you can see everything that your followers are following. So friends and family. I got this cousin that I never knew was red-pilled. She's super red-pilled. My cousin. And I'm like, oh my God. My cousin got red-pilled during the pandemic. She's like super trad wife now. But I could also see East River Homestead. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that we align. We align pretty good. Let's see here. Used to watch this guy Star Tile when I started learning tile work. He was pretty good. So Star Tile is the OG YouTube tile guy. And I do have a lot of respect for his skill set. Not necessarily his personality or business, but definitely his skill set. I've trolled him a little bit, and he's poked me back a little bit. I would never claim to know anything nearly as much as him. He really is an OG tile guy. Before there was social media, before there was attention, before there was views, before there was sponsorship, that Star Tile guy was doing tile. But man, he is a crotchety old motherfucker. He, no wonder he's still broke, and his channel never grew. And I've given him a gazillion shout outs. We have the same views on waterproofing and experience too. But man, he's grouchy old dude. And I'd say that's why he's not living in a freaking mansion right now. His skill set is way ahead of his ability to get work and have customers. But if you're on YouTube to get some skills, I like the Star Tile guy. And it's interesting. I feel honored when he comments on my video, but I have to really, really reverse troll to get him to come out on my channel. And that is something that I do, is it's reverse troll, is I kind of poke out there and say, hey, you know, this, that, and the other thing. And he takes the bait. He can't resist the bait. And I never go after him in the comments, because I do have a lot of respect for my elders and the people who came before me. Murphy's Diesel. I'm about ready to start buying. I'm such a fan of Murphy's Diesel. There's only one other YouTuber that I bought their merch, and next time Murphy's Diesel has a giveaway, I'm like dropping $1,000. I love Murphy's Diesel. Oh man, it's one of my favorite YouTube channels, Murphy's Diesel. How that fat, hairy beast got such a hot wife, I don't know, but those crotch goblins, they're going to work. Now, Murphy's Diesel is one of my favorite. Which keeps me on the Ram fan. Like, listen, I've got a 2024 out there in my driveway with 28,000 flawless miles. But if we want to talk pickup trucks, Ram, out of nowhere, starting in 2019, their 5th gen Cummins fucked Ram. They created their new 6.7. They'd made some modifications to the 6.7 Cummins and screwed the whole brand. Dude is not yoked. If Murphy Diesel is not yoked, I can guarantee you he's not yoked. Anyways, back to Ram. The 5th gen Cummins sucks so bad with their hydraulic lifters. I'm just waiting to, every time I start my truck in the morning, am I going to get the ticking and be fucked? Fucked out of $100,000. I don't know. They're so far behind on warranty. All right, say I wake up, I start the truck, take the kids to school, and I got the typewriter tick. Cam and lifters. There's no motors. They don't even have the motors to. Anyhow, I digress. I might buy myself some rims. Anyway, Murphy Diesel is not yoked. Let's see here. Have you ever heard of zip ties and Bias Flies Alberta guy? His own guy got some funny lines. I don't know about the zip tie guys. Oh, we had a conversation earlier about Outdoor Boys. I think it was, we opened this up on the Handyman Business YouTube channel earlier. We did talk about Outdoor Boys. Outdoor Boys. And how he, retired, and then Outdoor Tom, his oldest son, basically took over. And Outdoor Tom he's not getting 20 million views, but he's getting 500,000 views in a couple days. Yeah, Outdoors Boys, I followed that. I studied that. I know his career. I know his crazy Mormon. I know he did his mission. I know what languages he speaks. Where he practiced law. When he started his videos in Virginia in his backyard. Their transition away from the law firm that he worked for, to Alaska. It's it's like winning the lottery. It's very unreplicatable. There's nothing special about him, and he would agree. And I watch exclusively that style of entertainment. There's nothing notable about the information, the videography, or anything about that channel. I don't understand how it went so viral. Except it's relatable. I think that may have been it. It's relatable. If you get nuked, you'd want Murphy's Diesel as your neighbor. Yeah, I, I, I watch that thing religiously. All right, stealth camping with Steve Walls. Do you know how many tens of thousands of junkies live like Steve Walls every single day where I live? They used to live right there. Steve Walls, I admire for everything other than living like a junkie. I'm going to go camp like a junkie for a night. So there are hundreds of thousands of junkies that do what Steve Walls does every single night of the year in the United States, in every major city. And I had a buddy that he turned me on to Steve Walls. And I started watching. I'm like, dude, there's junkies living in my backyard that live like Steve Walls. Yeah, they're there right now. So Steve Walls is in Canada pretending to live like a junkie for one night. I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd probably get stabbed in the chest if I tried to go live where I live like Steve Walls. But I mean, I remember the one that finally turned me off is there was this roundabout. He did this video where there was a cluster of trees and a roundabout, and he set up a little hidden tent or whatever in there. And he's like, I'm like, yeah, we've got, 70,000 of those junkies right now doing what he does, just in my city. Hundreds of thousands of people doing it all over the country. And then I do it for vacation. I go live in a tent, way out in the wilderness. I'd never got the Steve Walls thing, but it could be his personality. East River Homestead. Yeah, he did real fast-paced clips. And we talked about it a little bit earlier on my channel. Either, and it is I don't know if it's a risk at this point. I could take a big project and let's say it was lightly edited into an hour, chopped up into 30 minutes, or I could turn that into 4 videos and spread it out over the span of a month. He did well with the 30-minute to 40-minute videos. I don't know if it would work on my channel. I might dabble with that in the future, but I've got these sponsors freaking knocking down my door that they need videos, and I'm like, okay, I can give you a 10-minute video, 10-minute video, and a 60-second integration You talked about what they pay on the earlier on the business. How do you get that crown? We talked about that earlier. So, stay-at-home dad is number 1. DJ is number 2. And number 3 is Adam. What's the best time and day to post YouTube? Great question, Adam. That's probably why you got a crown. Paige, I think you definitely deserve a crown. But to answer Adam's question, for me, it's on a Monday or Tuesday. This is all in your YouTube analytics. It's crazy how much YouTube stalks your viewers. I can see when you are on, not like personally, like I don't know when Adam's on and what he's watching or anything, but let's just say the main channel's got 500 some odd thousand. It will give me a graph of when the majority of that 500,000 viewers are watching YouTube. And it's Monday and Tuesday nights, and it filters off sharply the rest of the week. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, like nobody's on YouTube tonight. Saturday, nobody's on YouTube. Sunday evening, it starts to pick back up. Monday evening, prime time for handyman viewers. Number 1, stay home. Yeah, I think it's because you made the first comment. That's why you got the crown, number 1. Renovate, guys. I'm near Portland. Oh boy. Does anybody here watch Wrangler Star? Man, that's a fascinating guy. I've analyzed him personally and the growth and fall and plateau and everything he's done with his channel, and he's the real deal. Great cat. You're right. Steve Walls would be stabbed to death 1,000,000 times over if he tried to do what he did in any major U.S. city. Up there in Canada, I mean, I don't know, maybe Toronto has junkies. I don't know. Let's see here. Average Joe. Hey, we on YouTube. JD, it's about when people are home. Yeah, I think it's about when people are home. Working people. What's weird is most of my views come from Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago. He beloves. Wrangler Star is a weird dude. He's a fucking weird ass. But is he? I don't know what's real and what's fake with that dude anymore. I do know I've watched too much. I've watched too much Wrangler Star. Who's brave enough to admit that they've watched too much Wrangler Star? I will admit it. I've watched too much Wrangler Star. And he's a weird dude. He's an intelligent dude. But he's still a weird dude. JD is calling Wrangler Star by his first name, so raise your hand. You've watched too much Wrangler Star. Do you know about his crazy, weird cult religious upbringing? Yeah. Well, he's good at what he does. Even though, what is that? 2.5 million. He remember I talked earlier about. I was talking to who was the dude that ran the electrical YouTube channel. He had about 50,000 subscribers, and we were talking about the peak and the down and reinventing yourself and risking certain things with your channel to, trick the algorithm to bring people back. Wrangler Star, he started out with a complete clickbait video about shooting a coyote with his pistol that attacked his dog. Wrangler Star Landers, would not exist without that video of you can look it up. You can go to his channel and click popular or oldest. It's a pistol and a fake picture of a coyote, and the title is something about getting a coyote that attacked my dog, which was, if you watch the video, it's all fake. There's not a single coyote in the video. The dog was never injured. It's just him going on a wild goose chase on a magical coyote that ran through his property. And Wrangler Star was born. And that's sometimes all it really takes. But what he did with that gift of that viral video is impressive. It's impressive to watch the ups, the downs, the ups, the downs. I mean, when he hit 2 million subscribers, I don't know what he averages. He did this whole crazy. He went ballistic on YouTube Shorts. Then he went ballistic on YouTube Lives. Every single day he was live streaming. And I think now he's settled into just daily uploads. And as a YouTuber, Wrangler Star, he does whatever the hell he wants, but with still some structure, a business structure. Every night, I imagine he writes out a daily schedule, even though he's been kind of slacking off. 1 day, 6 days, 8 days, 8 days, 9 days, 10 days, 13 days, 2 weeks. He's got a shitload of videos up. Let's see, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 videos per month. He just gets up and does whatever the fuck he wants to do. Sure, 3 weeks ago, 38,000 views, 30,000 views, 29,000 views, 39,000 views, 34,000, 25,000. He's got 2.5 million subscribers, and if you're averaging 30,000 views, that's minuscule. But if you're doing 13 videos a month, anyways, what I'm getting at is that's a low percentage of views per subscribers. And that goes back to Landers, what I was telling him, that there's a peak of every YouTuber's career. And Wrangler Star is now it's pretty low. You're getting 30,000 views with 2.5 million subscribers. And that's a couple week old video. And that was for the whole month. Am I here for consulting? We did a lot of consulting on the business channel, which we did for 2 hours earlier. Right now, it's a free-for-all, and anything goes. We can consult with each other. I don't know how technical we're going to get, because it's about time for me to take another leak. This here, Wrangler Star videos are full of clickbait. They are. You know, the whole thing of him wearing no shoes. It's just to get people fired up and say, oh, what's he going to do without shoes? Why is he wearing shoes? Hell, I even did. I fucking took my shoes off and was walking around out here. I'm like, fuck, I'm going to catch something out here. So even if he makes garbage videos, now he puts up a lot of videos. I could go back to it. But like I said, in the last 4 weeks, he put up 13 videos. And not one of those videos was a winner. All of them averaged between 25 and 35,000 views. But if you do that 13 times a month, that adds up. Now, if you do 13 times a month, 12 times a year, you're going to have several viral videos. Oh, that Casey Neistat thing, that's old school. That's quite a while ago when he was blowing up. So JD, I'm responding to this, the whole tactical conspiracy thing and the religious thing. He's been that way for a while. So he blew up when he was doing strictly homestead chainsaw axe stuff and did not introduce his personality at all into the channel. I don't want to say, I mean, he had his quirks, but his personal opinions, I think, hurt him a little bit. But it's also just every channel has a peak. It just is what it is. Has anyone seen Dirty Burger or Wiggle Spanks? We have not seen either of them tonight. But Profab Machine, somehow, lurking in the background, keeps poking his head up. We probably should go have a beer. I never got your battery backup the last time you showed it. I've got so many of these fucking battery backups, I'm drowning in them. This here, my hand on it yet? It's the Anker C2000. This little fucking thing ran my table saw. You'll see it here in a week or so. Hopefully it's only a week. Usually it's a battery bank way bigger than this that would power my table saw, but this thing ran it. I put 3/4 inch white oak through it. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but this Anker C2000 Gen 2, it's crazy what the technology is doing with such a tiny little box these days. I think you're right about the peak. Just like TV shows, the most relevant. Yeah, I've analyzed quite a few channels, and there's an explanation for just about everything. How many battery backups do I have? I don't know. I'm drowning in them. I'm trying to sell them off. Got lots of them. Lots of battery backups. Does any? It's mine. You know what? I have a mini split to install this week, and it is a TwoSat, the original TwoSat. And I put this sucker on heat mode. Oh man! Let's see if this thing is putting out heat. I have it set at 72. There's a chill in the air. There's a chill in the air. So this is the TwoSat, the original. Oh yeah, that's putting out nice warm air. I might turn that up a little bit. I got a little nip going on. So that is the very first mini split I've ever installed, and people were saying, you know, obviously YouTube trolls. There we go. Crank that sucker up. It's getting nippy out there. It's only 55 degrees outside. Obviously, this workshop isn't insulated all that great. You know, it's got some insulation, but R13 is about all we got. Looking at the table. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Anyways, back to the mini split. Oh, you're doing it all wrong. Yeah, that mini split. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but TwoSat purchased a YouTube short of mine, and it's plastered everywhere all over the internet. I can't go anywhere on my phone without seeing myself install a TwoSat. I got the pronunciation down right. Air conditioner or mini split at my rental house. Anyhow, TwoSat is going strong here in the workshop. Let's see. I am boring, and that's why my channel doesn't do well. Just shh, come on, put on a short skirt, do a little dance, pull it down a little bit, please. Are you still monetized, Paige? I was enthralled like laser focused on that, on all your renovations from way back when you were doing the floor joists and the roaches, and there was that little addition off the back of some house. I watched all your planting videos of the landscaping. I probably, if you put out, of course, it is the appeal has to do with your environment. Because what do you call that? My environment, not environment. The weather where I live is way different from the weather where you live. So what you plant and what you grow is not going to live here. But I do check in quite a bit. Let's see here. Renovate guys. Yep, have to check my email about that battery. Victory Outdoor Services is has way less subscribers, but many times the viewers. That is another. That's so over flood. That's what I'm calling it. That's a perfect example of a channel that's on the rise. And so I follow 2 channels religiously. Every Saturday, every weekend they upload. They've got like 100,000 subscribers, 200,000 subscribers. But they're getting 180, 300,000 views every video. That is your rise, your climb. And then there's a peak. So that's something to, if you've got a channel, don't spend that money unwisely. Because there's always a peak. Let's see. Anyone else watch Triple L Rustic Design for the woodworking course? I do not. Have you ever thought of... We just had a big jump in the chat here. Where did that... Have you ever thought about security camera side gig? I do quite a bit of YouTube videos on security cameras. I've got another one coming out. It's actually a dedicated video that I completely forgot about. Installing them. You would have to possibly market yourself because it's a niche. To get enough work to make enough money. And can you install security cameras for 30 years? That's kind of what you got to look for. I need to get me a split system for my garage. One day, no kidding, that was your first. What? I don't know what that means. Maybe that's the video that I put up. Have you done HVAC installs? Yes, I have. I did a full install from ductwork to furnace to AC, everything. It's on the YouTube channel. Anybody ever worked on storage facilities? You can make some bank. Explain more, Adam. We want to make some bank. Let's see here. Stay-at-home dad. If I build new house, I'm seriously consider doing all mini split. I thought about that in my house, but for resale value, it was very. For resale value, I went with full traditional gas forced air and standard air conditioning. They've been advancements where you don't have these things like that stuck on the wall. They are in the attic area, and all that is up in the attic, and you just have a grill. But it's still, I don't think, even my sister-in-law, she did that. She bought a fix and flip with a useless HVAC system, and she now has she's got 1, 2, 3, 4 different mini split heads. She's got one standalone for living room, and then a 3-head system for each bedroom. And you can control each one individually. I think she went with Mitsubishi or something like that. Because her HVAC system, the flipper put in, was useless. It can work if you can get past the thing stuck on the wall. You've never been monetized? East River, why? I thought we got you monetized years ago. You need 1,000 subscribers and like 4,000 watch hours, and then you go through the apply thing. That's why we're doing this live stream here, so that I don't lose my monetization. Holy cow! Well, if you guys want, I mean, you've got enough subscribers. You need watch time. I think you got to maintain watch time. Let's see. You started following me when I was painting my kitchen cabinets. Did I trick you and say don't paint your kitchen cabinets? Don't use paint, use enamel, or actually I use lacquer. There is another shellac. Is that it? There's another finish. It's not paint, it's not lacquer, it's another finish that's super rock hard. But it's very unforgiving in how you apply it. All right, JD here. Mini splits are ridiculously inefficient. Def the way to go if you don't have existing ductwork or if it's difficult to install. No crawl space or plenum. Are these the new mini splits? The inverter mini splits? Because I ran that mini split off a battery. I freaking just wired the whole workshop into a battery a couple of days ago. And I don't even think I got up to 1,000 watts. East River. That is not true. Oh, Jesus. Let me spin your guys around here. There are mini splits of the past. And there's this mini split. It's a window unit. Oh, man. So this is a Midea. Too much stuff in the workshop. So this is an inverter style inverter window unit. You can see there's a split thing here. Your window comes down like this. Inside, basically, this is a mini split. This inverter mini split, where like a shaker style window unit, like bong, your lights might dim. This thing throttles up and down the compressor, and there's not a lot of consumption. Look, this battery right here easily powers this. You plug this in, and I'm not trying to be a salesman. I just like the technology. You got a friggin' 12,000 BTU air conditioner. Not trying to sell you this, but and the readout here, I don't know if I can zoom with this. I mean, that's already cranking cold air. It's 100 watts, 107 watts. This will slowly ramp up to around 300. We'll see here. Can you guys see that? Honestly, I'm sure most of you are bored by now. Let me zoom in a little bit. But that's a 12,000 BTU window unit air conditioner, 350 watts. It's a freaking battery. Oh boy, how do I get back? I mean, that's cranking cold air. And we're 350 watts. It's super efficient. This is how a mini split works. This is the inside unit, that's the outside unit. And, okay, don't get dizzy. Spinning through the handyman's messy workshop. That's basically the inside unit, and you follow the line sets down, there's an outside unit. And I think this is a 12,000 BTU as well. Oh. Delay. I think it's pretty cool technology. The 350 watts is what it takes to crank out 12,000 BTUs. Anyway. What are you guys cracking jokes? I was telling you. Mini split is nice because you don't have to worry about mold. You do have to worry about mold, stay at home dad. I've got 3 mini splits in my rental house that I'm going to have to clean. Even though there's a filter, dust can build up. This also depends on the humidity levels in your area. But there's a way you got to clean these mini splits, or else mold can build up in the condensation tray and the drain tube. And then you got renters saying they're having mold reactions. Oh. Man, the things I could tell you. What's interesting, there's a lot of behind the scenes shit that you guys don't know about. So how do I explain this? 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, freeze break, rental house, emergency situation, cut a hole in the wall, dive into the crawl space, fix the leak. I said, well, while I'm in here, let me put down a membrane, a damp proofing membrane, and put some insulation in underneath the crawl space. I did that. Come the next summer, the tenants are going, we're having allergic reactions. We think the mini splits have mold. I go in, I disassemble all the mini splits. I check the drain tubes, the drain trays, everything looks brand new. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with these freaking mini splits. I walk into this laundry room and I'm like, boom, hit with a wave of musty mildew mold smell. I'm like, whoa, something's wrong. Well, that addition, that is where the freeze break was the previous winter, where I put down the damp proofing and put in the insulation. Here's where the biggest failure was. Are you ready? Are you on the edge of your seats? What created this massive mold culture? Freak show mold culture. It's actually on the Patreon. I go in and I put this little tiny plastic access panel into this crawl space. I pop that off. I'm like, ugh. I look in there and it's like a sci-fi movie. I pick the plastic up. Everything is covered in mold. Underneath the plastic, but the mold spores still went up and filtered out into the house and gave the tenants sickness. Luckily, they were out of town. This is off the record here, right? It was ground moisture coming up through the ground. Before I put the plastic down, the moisture would just kind of dissipate gradually into the house, and it was not enough moisture to create mold on the floor joists, the subfloor, or anything like that. It just kind of filtered out. But when I trapped it, what I didn't know is underneath there in the dirt, buried, was wood and cardboard and newspapers. And what you need for mold is moisture and something for moisture and something for these mold spores to eat. which is like carbon-based stuff. Wood, paper, cardboard. And I'm not trying to sell you on the Patreon, but it's in there where I lift this up, and it is a freak show of mold. Like, take this entire desktop and cover it with an inch thick of mold, like white spores, hairy ass moles everywhere. And I was like, holy shit. I went, bought a suit, got the whole mask on, which is the whole video is on Patreon. I actually blurred it out on segments that I put on YouTube because I don't want to get fucking sued. Bagged it all up. I had to dig with a shovel and sift through the dirt in the crawl space to try to find this organic matter that the mold was feeding off of. I found all sorts of crazy shit, from broken glass and wood. I mean, I pulled out so much stuff from this crawl space that the mold was able to grow on. But before I trapped it, there wasn't enough moisture for mold to grow. But once I trapped it, the moisture and the food for the mold spores was just the right amount. It's weird. I escaped that one. Crazily, they've been there for 2 more years after that. I kind of lose track of some of these jobs, but I think their lease will be up in May. And that'll be 1 to 2 years after this whole mold thing. I was like, oh fuck, they're trying to find a way out of the lease, and they're like, we think we need to go to a hotel. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, they're gonna have me paying for hotels and shit like that. But luckily, it all worked out. They're still there. They're still paying the rent, and no problem since. Spore Factory, JD. You said it. Buildings used to be waterproof with tar and coal product. It washes away and separates. This building was built in 1912, and it was It was purchased from Sears and unloaded off of a railroad onto a horse and buggy up a hill and built by some dudes. That's how old this house is that I own. It was purchased on a Sears catalog, delivered by railroad and horse and buggy. Kind of crazy. Testy testies. All right. How long have we been on here? 102 minutes. I think it's time to take a bathroom break. And then I want to dive deep. No holds bar. An AMA on Too Much Handyman. Will you ever move? I would say maybe. But what I got going right here, even though you see the homeless videos and you hear the crime, there's still only like 8 more states that are worse than where I live. There's only 5 more dangerous cities than where I live. It's weird. It's basically the California model. It is the California model. Why does the majority, why do there so many people live in California and still deal with all the shit that California has? The crime. It's very interesting. We'll reconvene about my security camera situation after our bathroom break. Now, there are no microphones. The microphones are off, so you can't listen to me go to the bathroom this time. So we will reconvene in about 90 seconds. I'll tell you more about the crime sitch, the school situation, the recent school shootings, the recent murders in my high school that my kids are going to go to in 90 seconds. You guys can do a lot of easy math to figure out where it is, the shit goes down. 90 seconds. Gonna be a fast one. Holy shit. Ride or dies. Any beer up there? Oh, that's cranking the heat out. All right, go get your last drink. Or is it the last drink? This thing stopped. We are. Should be real time. Real time. Real time. But I'm not on the screen yet. Holy fuck. I needed that. That was a fucking long one. Let's see. Catch up. Anybody got any last questions? I know why. Yeah, because I got a 3% interest on $300,000. I could go up to a 6% interest on $1 million mortgage. It's just logistically bad. Bad. Was the water cold? I don't know what you mean. Is it not into trouble? Whatever. Been out to your country 5 or 6 times this year. There's a lot of trips out here. Homeless are a problem, but from what I can tell, there seems to be less than 5 years ago. So my cameras, it was fucking crazy. So I was scared to even leave town with my family here in August. And then all of a sudden, somehow these fuckers vanished. me, my neighbors, making police reports every week. Gone. Gone. Every night, there's some junkie coming right there, right over there. Now, all I got is fucking raccoons. I watch the raccoons every night. Who came out tonight? Raccoons. We did have a little setback the other night, and I'm going to put those clips out. The big clip that got me moving. This junk. I mean, they're all junkies. Anybody who calls them unhoused is a full fucking retard. They have complete disconnection from reality. They're all junkies. Is Profab, you're probably not in here anymore. Profab Machine is my neighbor. He lives 55 minutes away from me. There is the oasis of the world 15 minutes south of Profab Machine. Probably the most desirable place to live for the last quarter century. And then they elected a nice, lovely lady to mayor to take care of the homeless that they don't have. This little town had no homeless people, period. No homeless. But they decided to open some homeless shelters. If you build it, they will come. NGOs, non-government organizations, the whole corruption around running these non-government organizations and the back door of who runs it, where the money comes from, where the funding comes from. It's called the California model. Right now, California is running not housing for homeless, but addiction programs. Basically, you go off to, I don't know, where do you, Profab, it's not south, it's my town. No, it's not. I don't want to call you out or me out, but the town just below, they've got encampments. And people all over are like, well, how do we get these encampments? I'm like, you voted for it. You voted for this lovely lady mayor that was going to have a solution to a problem that you didn't have. If you build it, they will come. Oh, you're in the land of love? That's what I'm talking about. But these addiction facilities where you go to rehab, California, these companies make money off of beds being filled in their junkie facilities, their rehab facilities. If they solve the drug addiction problem, there's no money anymore. Well, where I live, it's we need to house them. We need to house everybody. House everybody. Even in these tiny little towns that never had any homeless people, and if there was 5 homeless people, they know somebody that would help them. The only people who are homeless around here are junkies. It's crazy. A land of love. I was considering moving there. But the voters, we'll see what they do in the next round of voting. It's crazy. They voted for this mayor with this grand scheme of taking care of the homeless that didn't exist. Nobody is homeless there. It's crazy. Nobody falls on hard times and goes homeless in this town. And if they do, there are a lot of resources to get them back out of it. Anyway. Wait. Profab, you have like 50 videos each night in the alley of the meth parade? Profab. I've been searching the state. I've already ruled out everything south of the metro area because, the main, where the TDA gang started, they drift down and they're raiding every freaking suburb south of metro, even way south of metro. I started looking north of metro. Where do you go to get away from it? I don't know. Just don't. How many people are in here? 31? I don't know. Florida would work. Yes, but where would I go elk hunting in Florida? Boy. That's crazy. You got 50 videos. I am going to release a couple of my videos. I got a good one last night. It's fucking funny. I went to bed early, so I couldn't hit the alarm on him, but I would have loved to see this tweaker just fucking lose his mind when the lights and the sirens go off in the alley. He would literally shit his out his eyeballs. It's funny. They turn the alarms on these people. It's amazing to see what that state has become. Yeah, I mean, there's 30 people in here. Hopefully you're not going to fucking try to come get me. I got worse things to worry about than YouTube stalkers. I'm 37 and have been traveling out there quite regularly for about 17 years. And it is insane. This is a statement. It's insane how quickly politics can switch. It's crazy. I was at dinner tonight, and these people are mostly fiscally right-leaning, but we're kind of clueless to the politics and the tactics that were used to take over the state, the metro areas, and even the outlier conservative towns and villages. I just didn't know that the strategies that were being implemented and where the money came from or any of that. Alligator hunting in Florida. Hear ye, hear ye. We are going alligator hunting. What's his name? Bulletproof goes camping in Arizona. We're going alligator hunting in Florida. We have to meet up with an alligator hunting adventure. All right, Paige. The 2 Sansi floodlights are bought. From watching your video, they're still working? That's crazy, Paige. Mine fried a long time ago. Actually, I did have it. I've been through a couple. My Eufy cameras that are hardwired. I literally have the wires going through the roof here. They're freaking sweet. To have these cameras like locked on. I mean, my activity is watching stray cats and raccoons, and it freaking locks onto these stray cats. It used to lock onto junkies, but for some reason, September and October, I've had one junkie in the alley for, I want to say, 40 days. Where it used to be every 2 to 3 days, we'd have a junkie come through. Like multiple junkies. And out of nowhere, we got 40 days straight with one. It's kind of crazy. Crazy. Oh, Python Cowboy. Have you gone to his website and see how much it costs to go iguana hunting there? And not saying that it's too much or too little, but it is a little steep to go iguana hunting with the Python Cowboy. Oh man, not too into YouTube. God, it's weird how people are voting. He's talking about Kansas, Wichita, Kansas. It's starting to swing left. It's weird how people just don't recognize math in if-then statements or third and fourth order effects on anything. They just get so emotional over trannies and homeless people. It's weird. I've never seen so many people so crazy about trannies and homeless. And around here, it's homeless trannies. It's weird. My kids see men like 50, 60-year-old men in dresses with no teeth on the street. And I've got to try to communicate to them why that man's in a dress. And like, we'll be pulled up to a red light and there'll be a dude in a wig in like a flower dress in a 5 o'clock shadow. And my kids are looking out the window like, Daddy, what the fuck is that? I'm like, that's a weirdo. That's code name. We call all them weirdos. We stay away from weirdos. We don't want to be weirdos. It's weird. It's like weirdo is what we call them all. JRE Funnies. You can iguana hunt for free in your backyard. I used to live down there, and I worked on. God, I wish I could freaking find the house, but it was right on the Intercoastal Waterway. No bridge restrictions, but there was iguanas for days, and every year there would be like a super cold snap, and these iguanas would fall out of the trees. And you could walk right up to these massive suckers, and they'd be like so lethargic. They'd be like trying to whip their tails at you. They'd be like, "Bleh." But if they're warm, you do not want to mess with an iguana when they're warm. They'll whip your ass. You have a 4-year-old too, Profab? That's crazy. We both chose weirdos to explain to some, like, too much to explain to a 4-year-old. I have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. And like, oh, those are just weirdos. We just stay away from them. Roll the windows up. I mean, just today we were out of town. Like every bridge, like, has to be fortified for homeless, but they'll find a way to snuggle up into there like pigeons. Well, we were on my way up to, anyways. Okay, we better finish it. It's actually early. I was up early to rise. I just got a lot of people that noticed I'm wearing a different watch. So my phone is a little bit older. Battery's draining, and I use that phone for navigation in the wilderness. I said, you know what? I'll probably get one of them new Garmin watches. Got the maps on it. This is probably very uninteresting to most of you. But so the new Garmin watch has the maps that I use out and about. But it also tracks your sleep and whatnot, your heart rate and your blood oxygen content, shit like that. I gotta set up a thing. Tell me, I don't know why anybody would have one of those freaking fancy watches. This Garmin, it tells me the weather tomorrow. Oh shit, it's supposed to get down to 37 tonight. A high of 63 tomorrow. The temperature now, my elevation, the freaking sunrise, sunset, altitude, heart rate, the date, the time, the battery life. I mean, this thing is freaking like amazing. So it kind of gets me a little bit more in tune with my health too. So that is caused a little controversy in the comments in the last month or so why I switched watches. Let's see here. Catching up. Profab weirdos. Yep. Profab calls the weirdos. That's weird how you just naturally. What are those, Daddy? It's just a weirdo. What's your overall experience over your entire lifetime with asset protection, theft from job sites you have worked at, protecting your handy trailer while out working at customers' home, etc. I've got a little bit of information to share with you on this. I never, no matter how tempted I am to leave my trailer at a house, it always comes home. It's always protected. Either locked to my truck, I'm either parked in front of it, or it is parked behind a gate, a locked gate. You cannot risk losing your livelihood. My livelihood was my tool trailer for over a decade. So many times I didn't want. I don't want to trailer this thing back and forth, because once I get home, I got to back it in, and that whole shit show. But I never had anything stolen except for one nail gun that I left out, and that's it. Even now, I've got to take precautions of the way I even park my truck. All right. So do not risk it if you've got a trailer. Take it home, keep it hitched, always have something in front of it. Jerry Funnies fell out of a tree. What? Just the other day, 2 fell out of a tree. A male and a female. We're getting freaky. These junkies fucking in a tree. We've got a local UFC fighter that just got a I don't know if he had a ban or something, or a fine or whatnot, by the Athletic Commission, and he freaking came unleashed about the junkies around here, and he's like, "You want to watch junkies fuck under a bridge? Come to here." It was crazy. It was crazy the way he was just going bananas. Oh, and it wasn't for drugs. He got in a fist fight, probably with a junkie. He says he didn't throw the first punch, blah blah blah, whatever. You're a UFC fighter. Excuse me. And you get in a fight, the Athletic Commission's gonna pull your whatever rights to fight. Well, he came unleashed about the city and the state, which the state's run by the city. You got a Garmin Instinct 2 Great Watch. This is, what the fuck is it? It's Fenix Pro Gen 2. It's got the AMOLED display. Pretty good. It's basically one underneath the Fenix 8, which has not been coming back with great reviews. All the upgrades and the smart features, like answering the phone and talking to your watch, and have been a pretty big fail. And I got this on a screaming deal because the Fenix 8 was coming out. You can get the Epix Pro Gen 2 at a really big discount, and it's got everything you could ever want for an athletic watch. I wouldn't say a smart watch, but it's knocking on the door of a full smart watch. Sorry, it's on always on display, and I have 6 days left in my battery. This takes my pulse ox every night while I'm sleeping. It's constantly monitoring my heart rate. Way better battery life than those iWatches. Let's see here. What do we got here? I asked because I've been working in security for over 20 years with multiple different companies such as Home Depot, Target, blah, 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 paper mills. You know. Oh, cool. 2 questions. Where's the dog? And are you having more children? Fortunately, unless I find another lady, I'm not having more children. The dog is sleeping in the living room somewhere. The children thing, God, I wish I could have more kids. They are the most amazing thing in the world. The most amazing thing in the world. And I was the anti-kid for so long. I thought Gen Xers and millennials had kids because they were bored. They had nothing else to do in life. And I was living on a sailboat. I was doing all sorts of cool stuff. That all fizzled out. And I don't know, something clicked. Clicked late in life. But it is the coolest thing in the world is to have kids, raise kids. Lately, I've been using Grok to take pictures of them and have AI do all sorts of funny things. Well, I'll post one on my Instagram tonight, or after this, of the kids on our latest hunting trip. Oh, the iguanas are getting freaky. I'm thinking you're talking about junkies. Oh, talk about a delayed reaction. The iguanas are fucking in a tree and they fell out of the tree. Ah, boy. You still use air compressor? The fuck does that mean? You still use air compressor or everything cordless? Oh, yeah, I'm battery powered these days, except in the workshop, because I've got this overhead here that goes over to that big tank, and I do think the pneumatic is way more precise and very light compared to the battery ones. Holy shit, I'm fading fast. That's why I don't do many of these things. When you got kids, you're up at the crack of frickin' dawn cracking eggs. I make my kids breakfast at least 4 days a week at 6:15 a.m. And every day, 6 scrambled eggs. Not every day. Sometimes we have French toast. But holy shit, I'm still cracking 6 eggs at 6:15 every morning. Ah, you still use air compressor. So is that, man, these things make you tired, these Modelo's. I need one of those, a Red Bull and vodkas. Going back to bed. Hey, Paige, long time. I'll stalk you on Instagram. We'll look at some Nick Fuentes video clips together. Oh, God. You guys know who Nick Fuentes is? Oh, shit. It was one of his racist rants. I'm going to call you out a little bit there, East River. And you can see who the people you follow make a comment on. And Nick Fuentes, I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's making some crazy racist rant. And East River goes, is this artificial intelligence? This can't be real. I was laughing my ass off. Or the guy that gets on the plane with the Burger King hat on. Oh boy. I don't know why that's making me laugh so much. The airplane guy. The original airplane guy with the Burger King crown on. And there's people that have duplicated. They get on an airplane with a Burger King, paper crown on. She didn't see the original. She had no clue why people were focused on a repeat of a guy getting on an airplane with a Burger King crown on. Because I don't think she linked the original with the joke. It's hilarious. I'm still laughing about Oh, I'm trying to read this one. I need to get a Burger King crown. So John says, I brought a crown home from the other day, and my girlfriend looks right at me and says, no. All right. I dare anybody that's going to fly in an airplane to stop by Burger King and get one of their Burger King crowns on and get on the airplane. If you don't know, you will know. You might get kicked off the airplane. Oh, my cheeks hurt. Stay at home. Red Bull and vodka. Oh yes, my 30s. I don't know. We did bombs, which was car bombs, which was Guinness and Red Bull in my 20s, and then we did Tawaka and Red Bulls in my 30s. That got me near death many times. Tawaka and Red Bull. Holy wow. Let's see here. Do you ever shop at Costco? I don't. My wife does. For any work-related deals or tool supplies? No. I go to Home Depot, Lowe's, and the gas station. Once in a while, I'll go to Harbor Freight. That's it. Oh, Bass Pro and Cabela's. Bass Pro, Cabela's, a couple times a year. I'm in Lowe's and Home Depot every day. I have no business needs. Everything digital. I don't buy paper. I did have to get a laser printer because the ink printer kept drying out all my ink cartridges. Yeah, Red Bull and vodka is a heart attack. What's a Tawaka and Red Bull? Does anybody even remember a Tawaka? Irish car bombs, yeah. Bomb. And we would drop a freaking, I don't know what it was. It was we're going back in time. Drop something and we just chug. It was Guinness. Guinness and Red Bull? Was it Carburn? Carburn. Maybe it was Jaeger. I don't know. You had a heart attack on your 40th birthday? Ew, that would suck. Like Dan Bilzerian shit there. You sure you're not mixing in some cocaine in there? Yeah. Francis. I haven't bought, well, I did buy that tool at Harbor Freight. What a freaking $500. Actually, I got a $100 off coupon. I bought a $500 winch the other day. So this is the last remaining real estate on my face that isn't white. Santa Claus has claimed the entire sides of my face, and he's working on the chin. This is the last remaining part of my face that isn't white. So I decided to grow the mustache in. I'm going to ride it. I'm going to grow a glorious mustache until it turns white, which I think is going to be within the year. So look forward to it. I'm going to go all out. Now, if I was in business trying to get new customers, I would not be doing this silly shit. But I think I'm going to grow this out, handlebars, swirls, you name it, until it turns white. But like this whole size of my face, full white. Kind of crazy. Chin, 50% white. And I got a couple splotches of white right around here. So we're gonna get it while it's getting while we can do it. All right, Johnny says he's never did drugs in his life, but I did 23 years in the military with 16 combat deployments. that'll what's I don't know. I mean, were you a mechanic, infantry, any sort of special operations? My I had a girlfriend in college. Her brother, oh, that's what it was. Mortuary affairs. That was his duty in the army. Wouldn't want to do that. Jameson? Jaeger bomb is Red Bull and Jaeger. It's been a while. I've been out of the game for a while. Jaeger bomb. I think that's what it was. Jaeger bomb. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Bomb, 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 bomb. I was on a professional dart shooting team. We would travel around the state competing in dart competitions. I wore one of those funny green hats and worked for the joint JSOC. Is that what they call that? JSOC? JSOC. Yes. Cool. What's your opinion on Tim Kennedy? That'll open a little bit of worms in here. We're going to talk about Tim Kennedy, MMA. I was a huge fan for a while. Like most intelligent people, we started seeing through a lot of his stories on his podcasts. Still don't know what to think about him as a person, though. Does anybody else know who the heck Tim Kennedy is? Oh, he's a super douche. God, he's such a salesman, though. Man. Now, I watched religiously all the, I can't recall all the podcasts that called him out. Finally called him out. Hardcore called him out. But, makes you question all of the shit he did. Didn't he like do such shit in South America? He had his own TV show in South America. I mean, I still think he beat YOLO. What's that Cuban guy? YOLO. Hey Google, what's the Cuban UFC fighter? YOLO something. YOLO Camaro. Is it Camaro? I still think he beat him. YOLO. YOLO Romero, not YOLO Camaro. I still think he beat YOLO Romero. I worked with a guy who really called him out on one of the podcasts. I used to know the podcast. I followed him for quite a while, or followed that whole development. Even before the development, like the exposure, something peaked up. I was like, oh man, a lot of this guy is just super embellished. Like you can just read people's personalities and the things that they say. I was like, man, this, and it didn't have to do with the bags full of grenades and this and all these heroic things. It was like, man, he's like on cocaine all the time. Super crazy. I don't know how he's gonna dig out of it. If he didn't get called out, he would be really into politics right now. We are down to 32 people watching. This is an AMA. Anything goes. Anti-hero podcast. There it is. Get out of here. Were you one of the guys that was like the dog handler? There was like a dog handler, a mechanic, and some other people that were on the actual show. That's crazy if you're watching this shit. If you're like a celebrity. He's being investigated still. Man, why did he get that bug? I don't know. It's got to be that the whole celebrity mindset where they fucking go crazy and what they have is never enough. So he just had to keep embellishing and embellishing and embellishing his war stories. Man, kind of crazy. All right, stay home at dad. Stay home dad. I'm curious. Do you make YouTube videos, stay at home dad? Oh, let's go to YouTube. We're gonna do a little stalking on the stay at home dad guy. Stay at home dad. What's the rest of your name? 311 311. Enter. Oh no, that brought me a Wrangler star. I don't know why. Maybe you don't have a channel. Well, anyway, stay at home dad. Kiss your husband goodbye in the morning. Make sure he's got a nice lunch made for him and his laundry's done. Oh, Jesus. The stay-at-home dad 311. Nothing came up on my radar. Stay-at-home dad 311. Let's type in channel. No, you do not exist on the interwebs. All right, well. Nope. Wait, slay at home dad. Is that what it says? Oh, jeez. Well, there we go. I gotta get in close. Slay at home. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Slay? What's slay at home dad mean? Still not coming up. What does a slay at home dad do? Oh, he's a day trader. Oh my God. How's that working out for you? I don't know if that question's for me or the slay at home. I do not do gold and silver. I do enjoy panning for gold every once in a while. Is this guy trying to sell me a washing machine? The new Samsung all-in-one washer dryer combo, 300 pounds. How do you recommend assembly? What the fuck is this? It's 300 pounds. How do you recommend assembly to get it on the matching pedestal without needing back surgery? I happen to have a device. I don't even know where it is. Anyways, I got a tool that'll do that for you. You got to go back. I installed a double oven with it. You work from home? Mm-hmm. Do you slay? I'm curious about the work from home day trading. You day trade crypto? What do you think of the current situation? You like when Trump talks about China? I love when he goes into the China. Great buying opportunities when he talks about China. Do you deal with single stocks? Do you cash out of single stocks and put them into more stable investments when you get a win? All right, that's the last one. I think we're going to call it. Slay, anybody? AMA. Ask the handyman anything. Now, what's interesting is in past live streams, I said, all right, I'm going to give out my super secret third YouTube channel. And like half the chat goes, no, don't give it away. When I get a little desperate for attention. So 30 people just staring at me. Just staring. He doesn't touch crypto. I love when Trump speaks because he moves the market. And it's such a predictable movement, too. It's like a little fucking blip. And if you're right on the trigger, you can buy that blip. He's just a spoof. It's crazy. Average Joe said, don't do it. He's a ride or die. Can you? I'll put something out on the SSTC Instagram tonight of our last little hunting trip. It's crazy what artificial intelligence can do. I did not see Trump drop the F-bomb today. What's the super secret fifth channel? The way I tell people to find it is twang, bang, gobble. Do you gobble for turkeys in the spring? All right, all the new subscribers. I got 2 videos coming out on this channel. One's boring. One is going to be sped up at like 20x, maybe 50x. And it is of some grueling. I'm still recovering, trying to crack my back, stretch my spine out. Oh, fuck. I'm doing some maneuvers on this fucking stool here. Yeah, it's been a rough couple weeks of dumb manual labor. That might be the title of the video, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And that is the trending topic of discussion on where jobs are going. If you got to use your brain, it's being replaced by artificial intelligence. But if you got to use your muscles, your back, your skin, there's going to be a window. I call it, earlier I called it 5 to 7 years. I'm going to shrink that down to 3 to 5 years. If you are positioned just right, 35, 40 years old, when the bottom drops out of all the thinking jobs, architects, engineers, doctors, like physicians and stuff of that nature. God, anything technical, it's all going to be replaced by artificial intelligence or computers. Things that won't be replaced is manual labor. It's going to be interesting to see how that transition takes place, because you got all these people. Right now, my top earners are upper educated, master's degree or higher, white collar workers. When those jobs are gone, where do those fucking people go? Where do they get their money? How do they pay their bills? What do you guys think? I mean, the things that I've done with just photographs in creating videos, I mean, we are just on the cusp of the advancement of artificial intelligence. There are so many jobs that are just going to disappear, so many career paths, so many industries that are just going to be gone in 5 to 10 years. Right now, we were, what, a year and a half into AI as far as mainstream understanding of it? A year? What's it going to be like in a decade? Is the government going to have to come in and say you cannot use robots, you cannot use artificial intelligence to replace these humans. What do you guys think? I know they're never coming for our hammers. They're not replacing manual labor for a long time. But the thing is the people that pay us to fix their house, remodel their house, honestly, they're the thinkers. Blue collar people can't afford us. White collar people pay us. When the white collar jobs are gone, who pays us? That's the part that's got me hung up on this whole new future. I might crack another cold one. If we get another people involved, we got 25 people. If we can get a conversation going about AI and the future of jobs in AI, I'll crack another one. Profab. Jesus Christ, you're here, Profab? All skyscrapers will be empty. There's just no, like, you think an architect? No, a designer, an engineer in all aspects of engineering is going to be obsolete within a couple of years. There's going to be people who review it to sell it to the people who have enough money to buy it. But all the people that used to be involved in creating all that are going to be replaced by AI. It's or unless there's some sort of intervention that says, no, we will not let artificial intelligence replace everything from truck drivers to, like I said, engineers or actors. You know what's weird is during the pandemic, not a lot of people paid too much attention, but the Screen Actors Guild, whatever, they all went on strike. And it was mostly over artificial intelligence. They can recreate Tom Cruise, his looks, his voice, everything. They don't need to use video cameras anymore. They don't need to use green screens. They don't need to use anything. It can all be replicated with a computer and artificial intelligence. Like, how do we survive? Who is going to have the money to have the houses that we fix and we repair, we maintain? And will the next generation be able to transition away from white collar work to blue collar work? That's interesting. And how long will it take? What's the timeline with that? Someone's scared of the future. AI already took over sorting conveyor belts. Yeah. So, Profab, you might know the new Amazon facility was originally designed, or the idea was it was going to be a full drone facility. But they didn't realize that they built it right next to the airport. They didn't have FAA clearance for all their drones going in and out. So now it's a robot distribution warehouse. Right up the road from me, right down the road from you, or maybe right at your road. But that new big Amazon place was supposed to be for drones. They couldn't get the drones going, so they put in robots. Robots are sorting and picking and pulling all the crap that you buy off of Amazon. All right, J.E. Funnies. I have a niece who just graduated college. She's starting her first year at a major university. Undergraduate is the bare minimum. You have to have a master's to get any sort of real job today. I think they're in early enough. If your son, like my niece, is in college early enough, They will adapt and weather the storm. It's the generation before them that, or 2 generations before them, which I'm just using 5 year increments. If you said your kid was 10 years old, that's different than your kid's 18, 19 years old. But they're going to have a master's degree. And the only thing right now that can earn a middle class income, this is my opinion. I don't know if it is opinion, but my research is you can get into healthcare right now with a 4-year degree into nursing and be at a near, I don't want to say too close to 6 figures, depending on where you would choose to live, but about a 6-figure income into nursing or some sort of health care. But you don't want to get those little shit certifications from technical whatever for medical data processing. You need a real bachelor's in nursing, and you can get $100,000 a year on 40 hours a week. Right now, a lot of those nursing jobs are going to be around for another at least 5 years. We get into 7 to 10 years out, some of them could start to get replaced. But nurses are just that personability, the communication between what's happening and the patient. A lot nurses fill that gap. So I think it's a safe bet is nursing. I would be a male nurse. If I was getting out of high school, I'd be like, I'm going to be a male nurse, and I don't have a problem with it. You can call me Gaylord Fokker. I'll be a male nurse. Would not get a degree in construction management. Everything in construction management, both estimating, management, can all be automated. It's one of the first things to go is construction management. So the Amazon building is empty. I think it's going to be a robot facility. Those idiots thought they were going to fly drones in and out of there. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. What about the trades? So the trades, there's going to be a window of opportunity where there is low supply of people that can fulfill the trades. And then there's going to be a transition. Was it in the 70s? 70s to the 1970s, 1980s is when blue collar work, skilled trades got a bad reputation. You're a second class citizen if you do manual labor. We're going to find a reversal of that in the next 5 to 7 years. Could be out to 10 years. I don't think it's going to go 10 years. As fast as AI has been going, I think it could be 3 to 5 years or 5 to 7 years. And there's going to be a massive shortage in the skilled labor. And humans are extremely adaptable, and they will adjust. And there will not be a shortage in manual labor. But my question is, who is going to be able to pay people to work on their house? Who's going to be able to buy houses? The guys that do manual labor, who do they do manual labor for? Well, they build buildings, they build infrastructure. So there's commercial. Okay, what about the residential field? Who's going to be able to buy a house? Blue collar guys that are building the houses. But if all the thinking job, all the tech jobs are gone, that's who buy houses right now. Right now, painters can't afford houses. Framers can't afford houses. Plumbers can't afford houses. Electricians barely can afford a house. Right now, if you're making $90,000 and you're trying to buy a house, pretty much anywhere where I live, you can't buy a house. Can't buy a house. After taxes, you're not buying a house off a $90,000 family income. It ain't happening. You're gonna have to spend $600,000 on the low end. We've seen a reduction of price. Let's just call it, you buy a shit box for $400,000 at 6% interest. That's all your money. That's it. Putting yourself in the poorhouse. You could always be a fluffer. Even that it's in jeopardy because they're making robot fluffers. Oh boy. A robot fluffer. Someone put that in the chat GPT. What's a robot fluffer? Let's see. Did you see what came out today about the housing market? John, tell me. Please give us insight. Let's see here. What did come out today about the housing market? I don't know, and I don't want to take an uneducated guess. My old lady, nursing professor, wow, that's pretty fancy, is finishing up her DR degree. Her focus of study is VR and AI to help teach future RNs for hospitals. Yeah, when I told the story earlier, but a lot of physicians use an AI. Like you and I, we go to ChatGPT, they go to DX GPT to. So the way my doctor, so I was getting a referral to get an injection. He said, okay, if I got a patient that comes in, they say they're on this medicine, and I think they should be on this medicine, I'll just run it through this AI, and AI will spit out whether or not I can prescribe them this medicine. And this is just, we're in the first years of this. He set off a bunch of other things about how many doctors he knows that are using AI exclusively, and if you just use AI for a diagnosis, it's 90% correct over a physician. Kind of crazy. Hey, plumber pay date. It's not glitching. Clanker. Average Joe. Hey, Clanker. Do you think they're going to get clankers in right now? Obviously, if you are in the know, Whistle and Diesel went out and bought an $80,000 humanoid robot that's available to consumers. And that's today. What do you think those little humanoid robots are going to be able to do in 5 to 10 years? I don't know. I'm not sure. Will they be able to put toilets in? Will they be able to think as good as a human? I don't know. Did anybody watch that video? DR. All right, it's bathroom break time. Oh, damn. Do I have time? Bathroom break time. We're gonna crack into another one. Just make my little castle here, and then we'll see where things go. But there's no way we're getting through this without a bathroom break. So get a bathroom break going. It's like a maze getting around this workshop. We are getting close to actually working on the workshop. We're within 6 months of a full workshop remodel. I think I'm going to turn into a gay spa. rarely walk through here. Did we lose it? Oh, wow, we actually gained somebody. How's this thing work? All right, we are. I gotta go get over to the cooler. Oh. All right, turn this hoop jack head around. The power supply for the humanoid robots. A Fluffer Studio, gay. You know what's crazy is some friends of ours. I am married and I have a social life. A lot of people think I'm some incel that just lives in this workshop, but I am married with children and have a real life. They got out. They cashed out of this town, city, like the tail end of the pandemic, peak housing prices right before interest rates went through the roof. Like, you couldn't sell your house for more expensive money. And it's just a regular 3-bedroom house. I actually worked on their house. I don't know, I probably could make that. I may re-download that video and re-upload it. I did their backsplash. It's ugly ass. They hired an interior design. Anyway, long story short, guess who the hell they sold their house for? Keep in mind, in my mind, this is a $350,000 house. They're selling it for $850,000. It's a ranch house, three bedroom up, tiny kitchen, detached garage. We're talking $850,000. Who comes here? Do I even want to go down this rabbit hole? This is to kind of give you guys, all 27 of you, an idea. Who is migrating here? This used to be the #1 state to move to, the #1 city to move to. It was #1 on every Forbes, entrepreneur, everything, #1. A female to male transition doctor and her non-binary partner purchased this house. They took their $850,000, went off to fucking Wisconsin with and bought a $250,000 house. That was a mansion on like a half acre. Oh, it was full finished basement. I mean, it's a nice house. I would never live in that neighborhood now. You know, you've seen the videos from my neighborhood. It's not that great. Someone's asked, am I considering relocating? I would love to, but there are certain things that keep me here. If you follow the Super Secret Third YouTube channel, you know that where I live is the Mecca, irreplaceable place for that. I've thought about trying to get outside of the metro area. Even those places are getting taken over by crazy politics. Right now, money is the only way to really, really insulate yourself from the outside world in this region of the country. a lot of money to insulate yourself. That's basically it. Let's check in here. What do we got? But career. Well, I bet that career isn't flourishing. I don't know what that one is. Miss these lives. God, it's a well when you got kids and stuff, you can't be up drinking. That's why I took a rare Friday night to say, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go out there and try to connect with the old guys. So much. No, wow, that's sipping beers and watching on the boat. Wait, I was broke back then. Now I have 3 kids and a wife. I hope you're doing great, Mr. Plumber Payday. We talked about it before. School was a biggie. Schools, public schools, private schools, fuck. I researched Idaho, Boise, Idaho, extensively. I don't know. The more backwoods you get, the more, I mean, it's outcome of life. And this goes little dabbling with little that whack job Jordan Peterson. He's talked about some important topics. I don't know if you guys keep up with him. He was, heroes to a lot of people for a while. Then they realized he's all on drugs. And then he got off the drugs. He had to go to fucking Russia to get off benzos, which is like a 1980s drug. Chime in if you know more about this Jordan Peterson situation. So he was addicted to these benzos. There's a long medical term for benzo something apatine. And he had to travel all around the fucking world to get cured from his addiction to these benzos, which I believe he got addicted to because of his stress of his lifestyle. Then he, I don't know, came back, joined the Daily Wire, blah, blah, blah. Now, he's crazy again and is off grid. Diazepam. Now, Francis, you are a JP fan. And I was, like many men. He spoke truth. He spoke logic. He spoke basic fucking math, like if-then statements. If this, then this. And it added up and made sense. It still does. That's why I don't want to detract from his message, but the delivery and the fall from grace is kind of sad. A lot of his breakdowns and crying and shit like that. Just kind of... And the weird fucking thing is his family's obsession with diseases. And how his wife's got a disease, incurable diseases. He's got an fucking curable disease. His wife does, and his hot ass daughter. She's all right. I'd give her a solid 7 or 8. Where her bones just break, and everybody's just dying of mystery diseases. The entire family is cursed with mystery diseases. And Michaela, somehow she's tied to the fucking top G for a while. I don't know if he gave it to her, but I hope he did. I doubt it. I doubt it's true, but she is full of crazy stories on her podcast. him and getting over these benzodiazepines and having to go to Russia to find a doctor that could get him off of these drugs. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me. And all the crying and shit like that just showed a lot of mental instability. The message, though, from his first book, The 10 Rules for Not Being a Whatever. It just doesn't add up. I mean, I've listened to a lot of her carnivore shit. Man, she only eats steaks. God, I'm fucking hungry right now. I gotta go for a steak. I'm sorry for yawning, guys, man. I'm not used to staying up this late. I remember she was giving a recipe on how to cook a steak in an air fryer. Anyway, right now I'm so fucking hungry, I would eat a steak out of an air fryer. But I don't know. I don't know what to take it at. He's got this Peterson University where he's trying to do all sorts of crazy stuff and bring in all sorts of elite, professors and things of that nature, and he went off grid because he went loony again. Anyhow, carnivore diet makes sense. Plants try to kill you when you eat them. Too expensive, though. Interesting. I haven't gone that far with. I mean, I understand lower carbs, higher protein, meat, animal-based proteins. I think that's kind of what my diet is. But all protein. I need a little bit of filler because my metabolism, my hunger, I just be fucking eating meat like crazy. How do you get filled up? For me, the carbs are a little bit of a filler. They suppress my appetite a little bit. Like I said, I haven't researched it much. I know enough to get myself into trouble. I don't get filled with just one steak. I need like 7 steaks. Of course, have I tried to eat 7 steaks? No. But I know that it would take 1 3/4 to 2 large pizzas, like Domino's pizzas, with sausage and pepperoni. Oh, I love it. I could eat for days. But one steak might get me 3 hours before I'm nearly at the hunger pains I have right now. So I know that when we're done talking, I'm going inside and I'm scouring. So first I'm going to the refrigerator. What's leftovers? I don't think there's any much good. I'm going to have to go to one of the freezers and get some emergency food because I'm starving to death. Even though I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm on my 4th beer. I'm nursing this shit, which is quite a bit of calories, but I'm freaking starving. Ah, interesting. Renovate, guys. After about 2 weeks of carnivore, your body won't crave those carbs. Will you be shitting out rocks, though? That's all. What I've heard is you basically shit rocks. Constipated, hemorrhoids. What's the best taco pizza? I don't know about the taco pizza. I guess I need to try it for a month. I don't know if I could go full carnivore. Can you half-ass carnivore, or do you have to go full carnivore for? I don't know. What's the goal of carnivore? What are the health metrics that you're trying to achieve by any diet? Like, what am I trying to get? Why do you go carnivore? To grow a magnificent mustache? Does it get rid of gray whiskers? Because I'm down with that. Down with that. Why? I do not know why you, other than trying to lose weight, go on a carnivore diet. It does not change your whisker color. Happy Joe's Taco Pizza. Joe Supreme, local chain here in the Midwest. Jesus, I'm starving. Where is the Midwest? Here's an interesting topic. How many people do I have to risk? Okay. 25 people. And a lot of people have asked, why haven't you relocated? Why don't you move? My answer is my location to the most desirable place in the country. There's probably 3 places in the United States of America where people desire to be. And I live in one of them. What's interesting is one of them is California. Why do so many people choose to stay in California despite high taxes, high cost of living, high crime, everything? Why do people choose to stay in California? Why won't they leave? I'm kind of faced with a very similar situation. There's a thing that I'm offered by my location that the people that live in Southern California or all of coastal California are offered. And they are willing to adapt to extreme circumstances with outrageous taxes, outrageous fees, outrageous crime, but they will still stay there. I'm in one of the spots that can't be replaced, can't be replicated anywhere. That's why, for the longest period of time, quarter century, it was the most desirable place to be in the country. The only thing that changed it was crime and cost of housing. And we are on the decline because crime has gotten crazy. It rivals Los Angeles. But still, it's the location that keeps everyone here. Renovate guys. I have seen videos, and what's crazy is I've been there many times. That's all underwater. And for a while, why would anybody want to live near a river? I highly doubt Profab Machine is up here. But there is a lake. There's a little housing development just, I think it's south of Profab's place. And I'm like, God damn that. I mean, these houses, the lots are really good. This specific town it's kind of high end. And what's weird is the trend is the only reason it's high end is because it's not a city yet. and they only build large houses on large lots. That's not important. But I'm like, what's the water table there? Is that place going to flood? Because I can see the water table rising, and I will not dabble with floods. I've just watched too many floods lately, and I would not live in any sort of river basin right now or ever. But you're right. That flood, and I mean, it's close, but I've been way closer to way more flash floods. If you go back to 1994, and you just do a quick Google search of, you know, just put the state and flood of 94. Let me see. I think it's 94. Oh yeah, it is 1994. Only 5 fatalities, destroyed many homes, led to significant damage at the university. Which weird is I started college in 95 from that flood. Oh, Adam, this is intriguing conversation. We could talk for hours at length. Let's see here. I make a lot of money in Cali. I tried Texas for 3 years. No money to make there. So someone said that. I'm not going to follow up with the next statement. So Cali, cost of living, understanding. I would say that if you were anywhere that's populated in California and moved to anywhere, Dallas, Austin would probably be the highest you could expect to make in Texas. But it's going to be at least 50% of California, strictly because the cost of housing. And the trick is to make the money without paying the cost of housing. Or, so in California, it would be like, okay, let's just use round numbers. I can afford to live off $100,000 a year, but I can charge $300,000 a year in California. Go to Texas, it's going to be drastically reduced. $100,000 of income, but only $50,000. Everything's going to scale down drastically. And if you can keep those proportions in your favor, is where I think relocating can help, where your earning potential is higher than the difference in your cost of living. But let's continue on here. He tried 3 years in California, or in Texas. No money there. There is no money there. Compared to California, there's freaking pennies on a dollar. And the technology, the white collar versus the blue collar. The guy that can install a toilet per capita is not in your favor in Texas at all. Home improvement market in Cali is the best in the country. As a state, I would agree. There may be some pockets, city centers, that could rival California as a state. Plus, the weather is perfect: beach, snow, desert, all of the above. Yeah, California. I would never ever argue against California. Is the best place on earth. On earth, as far as environment. Hey, Profab. I don't know how we've been keeping in touch for this many years. Thanks for hanging in there tonight. Maybe we'll get a chance to meet up one of these days. Maybe someday we'll be neighbors. But thanks for hanging out. Yep. Back to California. Without a doubt. I'd say it's the best place on the planet. This, as far as a region, a state, I'd argue it. That's why everybody moved there. And then you had people figure out how they could take advantage of it. They're doing the same here. All right, hold on, Adam here. So you thought that the cost of living difference wasn't as dramatic as it should have been. That's what I thought too about the cost of living. It wasn't that much difference. I mean, just property tax and income tax. Does Texas even have income tax? Too many good old boys that can do... Oh, that's the part. There's too many good old boys that do all their shit their own. So the whole middle class neighborhoods, they're all doing their own shit. They're not paying out to do it. Cali is very gay, and nobody owns a fucking screwdriver unless they're shoving it up their ass. And they're paying out the ass to get basic shit done in Cali. That's the big difference between Texas and California. Is everybody, even upper middle class guys in Texas, are doing their own work. You know, Average Joe kind of giving us a report about what. Gonna give myself a little snap. Oh, just give myself a little ring ding dinger there. Just sitting on this fucking stool for too long. Did you guys ever watch those chiropractic videos? The ring ding dinger, they fucking stretch their neck out with a towel. Oh, jeez. Attorneys on retainer. Ooh, that's another little bit of drama we could talk about. Attorneys on retainer by USCCA or VERS. Etc. Thoughts related to 2A insurance. Fuck. Now you're really going to get me all twisted up. They're both... All right. My take is they're both fucking scam artists. Super scam artists. And just like I found an accountant, I would go locally to where you live to defense attorneys. If you're serious about really getting an attorney on retainer, and you're going to carry every day, say, listen, this is where I'm at. I carry every day because of XYZ, and it's going to be an evolution. I do not think it's USCCA, and I definitely do not think it's attorneys on retainer. The scammy, sleazy salesmanship on attorneys on retainer is just too much. The USCCA claims of not following through is too much. They're for-profit only businesses. Of course, all businesses are for-profit only. I think you'd be better off going local by word of mouth to find the state's best defense attorney. It's going to be a defense attorney. It's not going to be a 2A attorney. It's going to be a defense attorney. What's the number one defense attorney in your state? That's who you have to have on retainer. I don't have any of that. And right now, so I live in one of the states and metro areas with the most mass shootings, school shootings, grocery store shootings, movie theater shootings, you name it. It's here. I would not defend anybody except for my children or me. Grocery store shooting, nope. I'm not running towards the sound of gunfire. I'm not trying to be a superhero. I'm evacuating. So, pretty much a carjacking situation or a home invasion is the only time that I honestly could see me using uh, the gun I carry every single day. Every single day. I don't go anywhere without a gun on my hip. I, if you see me in Home Depot, I'm armed. If you, I am not in the post office, but I used to, I leave my, and when I go pick my kids up, I park. I do not park in the parking lot. I park on the street, and it gets locked in the glove box because that's one of our rules. You got to have your firearm locked in a box inside your locked car, which is kind of retarded. Makes sense to me. Locked inside a box inside your car, whatever. So that's how I get away from those rules. But yeah, I will never carry on to school grounds because I follow the law. You know who doesn't follow the law? People who want to kill people. That's who doesn't follow the law. But I follow the law. So you can't take it on to any sort of school grounds or like post office or government buildings, which I never go into. And I would never defend anybody other than me and my kids. So grocery store shooting, you're on your own. I'm running the other way because basically in this state you better have a bullet hole in you if you're gonna use a gun for self-defense, or the body needs to be in your house. Make sure the dude falls into your house. Kind of sucks. And also in this state, you're not allowed to defend property. What's interesting is there's some states where you are allowed to defend property, like Texas. You can defend property with any use of force. You cannot use, where I live, I can't even fucking use a slingshot against someone stealing my car out of my driveway. That's illegal. Just let them take your car. Let them take your kid's bicycle. Let them take your tools. You cannot harm them when they're stealing from you. Is that retarded or what? Oh, someone said appendix carry. No, I do not have a death wish, Mr. Randy. No, I'm a 3 o'clocker. My research into the appendix carry guys, a lot of them are former military trainers who have a death wish. I do not have a death wish. I do not wish to point anything at my femoral artery. And I conceal really well at 3 o'clock. I did dabble with appendix because it was the narrative. Who was teaching the narrative? A bunch of psychos. The Psycho Special Forces guys that were dominating the social media training, platforms. No way am I pointing a gun at anything that's not going to get shot. And it's not going to be my femoral artery. And like I said, I carry at 3 o'clock real easy. King and Castle, is that like Castle Doctrine? There's stand your ground. So my state does not have a stand your ground. Florida, we all know, has a stand your ground. We have a, what the fuck is it called? I don't know. It's got one of those gay names. We got the Make My Day law. But in order to kill somebody, they got to be in your car or in your house. So your house and your vehicle are the same in this state. And you do not have to prove really, really anything if they're in your house. Basically, all you have to do if they're in your house is prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were there to do a crime. Not even to injure you or to kill you or harm you. And your vehicle is considered the same thing as your house in the state. So if you're carjacked, you should be good. But I wouldn't push my luck. I would like to have a bullet hole in me in order to defend myself from a carjacking where I live, in a car. In my house, it's pretty concrete. That if they're in your house, you can kill without having any problems. Now in Canada, holy shit, have you been hearing about those sissies are saying, oh, just let them come on in and rape your wife and do whatever they want to you. Ugh. No duty tax to retreat here, unlike MN. Florida has open carry now. What's interesting is my state does have open carry except for 2 municipalities in the entire state. But if you do have a concealed weapons permit, you cannot open carry, which is kind of interesting. I obviously have a concealed weapons permit, and I would not open carry. The only time I open carry is when I'm in national lands. I carry a 10 millimeter right on my chest. And it's really not for bears or mountain lions or wolves. It's for freaking drunk rednecks. That's the biggest danger I've ever had, and it's super rare, is other outdoor recreation guys. Super rare. But I carry that fucking 10 millimeter, that Glock, everywhere I go when I'm out in the wilderness. And it's the P365 XL when I'm in town. 23 people are hanging. We are like deep in the middle of the fucking night. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Open carry in public makes you a target. It does. Like if you have some freaking anything coming up behind you, I'd be like, hey, if I had something on my, now with the exception of my chest holster, I got the sweet chest holster. You keep it in front of you, but if you've got something on your side, I'd always be worried about someone trying to grab at it or something. But right here on your chest, you're pretty much in control of it most of the time. But it just not really necessary if you've got the concealed weapons permit to not conceal it. There should be constitutional carry everywhere. Now, man, I like the Constitution, obviously. I do like states' rights. And the people get to decide at a state level of how they want to live. The Constitution, the federal government was never really supposed to get into the little details of day-to-day life. The federal government was supposed to, protect borders and do international trade and shit like that. And then the individual states had their own constitution, and the people that lived there decided how they wanted to live and how they wanted to be governed. So I'm more of a states' rights person, and majority should rule. But if you don't like it, then move to a state where there are like-minded people. And god damn, I'm right on the cusp of that. Right now, the only thing I can think of is Idaho. And Idaho's filled with a bunch of retards. That would be like going back in time, moving to Idaho. I mean, I don't know. You gotta. It's a tough world out there these days. It's not like the old days. I'm reading up on your guys' comments. When are you doing the next live? Shit, I don't know, man. I just had a little bug up my ass tonight, and I said, hey, you know what? Really want to touch base with guys on both channels, the business channel and maybe a not so business channel. Obviously, we're talking about guns and carrying guns and shit like that, and where you live and whatnot. I mean, I've been so tempted. Like I could just. I mean, and it's not an ego thing. It's not a bragging thing. It's a luck thing of purchasing property or houses at a price point when interest rates were down and purchase prices were at a certain point. But I could cash out of just the houses and go to Ohio or Indiana. But I would live in Ohio or Indiana. And my kids would be at a great disadvantage as far as just basic reading and math. The reading and math levels, just because if I, there a lot of times just public school is it. That's all you got is public schools. So I would have to basically homeschool them to not have them retarded. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of you check the reading and math abilities. I'm not talking about any sort of woke stuff, but we all agree we need to read and we need to know how to do math. Reading and math, and there's levels, measurements. There's places where it's high and there's places where it's low. And the places where it's high, those kids go on to have a higher outcome of life. And you can, we spoke about Jordan Peterson earlier, and that's one of his metrics is outcome of life. What dictates outcome of life? According to his research, it's your IQ. But there's other things that are in your control to get a higher outcome of life, which is you're not a plague on society. You can support yourself. And there's how long does your marriage last and how do your kids turn out? But if you go to areas like Ohio or Indiana, outcome of life is low. You go to Alabama, Mississippi, outcome of life across these metrics is low. What's weird is these high crime, liberal cities, outcome of life is still higher. Why is that? Education, opportunity. It's an interesting topic to think about. I know a lot of us blue collar, hardworking guys lean a little to the right, or we're basically straight up. Kind of the left, it's like right, center, and then whew, cuckoo land out there. Yeah, it's center, right, cuckoo land. there's a little, actually lately, in the last 10, 15, 20 years, there hasn't been any really cuckoo writers. There's no cuckoo land out there to the right. But the education level is a, you know, an indication of your outcome of life, which is interesting. Like if you move off to Ohio, and there's got to be a metric to measure outcome of life. Does it work? I don't even know. What do you guys think is a metric, a measurement of outcome of life? Because it can't be your net worth, can't be your income, because it's all relevant to what it costs to live where you currently are. You know, a lot of people kind of got around that. They're still employed by a business out of California, and they relocated to the Midwest. So their cost of living is X, but their income is X plus, Y or whatever. It's way higher. What do you guys think about that? Charter schools. Jesus Christ. I drive by this charter school. It's called Lincoln Charter School. And I went to the website, and in my area, there's like warning notices all over for parents that says, are you ready to accept the responsibility of this charter school? Even though it's still a public school and it's free to go to. This is an academic-based school. We are academics this. We are academics that. We are not that freaking retard school up the street, which is a good school up the street. We are expect 5 times the homework. Every night your 4, 5, 6, we're going to go, your 4th grader is coming home with serious homework, and it's your responsibility to make sure they get through the homework. Crazy warning signs all over these charter schools websites. What's your name here? OG Rusty Shack Ford. That's something I would take my kids to school in, is a Rusty Ford. What's your experience with these charter schools that give these crazy warnings that we require this insane level of academic commitment? I'm just catching up on your guys' comment. Okay, thank you for your... Oh, that's funny. One more beer. All right. Oh, my beers are gone. How did I finish that so fast? All right. I cannot go into another one. Happiness is my measurement. John. Okay. I agree. My happiness. But once you have children, it's different. I was center left. Now I'm extreme right. Your views have not changed. What's weird is mine haven't changed. I was always, well, I didn't really think too much fiscally. That's like money wise. I didn't care too much to be left or right, but I was very socially, I don't know, liberal. These days, if you say you're socially liberal, you don't have a dick anymore. But back in the day, it was like, hey, if you don't fuck with me, I'm not fucking with you. You fuck whoever you want. I'm going to go do whatever I want. Let's just keep it to ourselves. That didn't last long. Now it's like, I'm doing it in front of your kids in a parade, naked. And that's fucking weird. That's so far left. That's so extremism. It's non-tolerable for a man with children. We do not want that shit around our kids. Anywho, I digress about these fucking weirdos that want to dance around naked. What's crazy is my son and another kid in pre-kindergarten were friends, and my wife and his mother became kind of friends, and they would do play dates, and everybody's invited to birthday parties. Pretty normal. I remember being at the other kid's birthday party, met the husband, the father, much younger than me. We're talking 13, 15 years younger than me. And it was cordial, normal, whatever. But she invited my wife and my children to a gay pride parade for to bring 4-year-old kids. And I was like, we're at war. Sworn enemy. You will never speak to this psycho bitch again. And we cut it. We cut it off. You raise your freaky fucking future trainee kid. I'm raising warriors. No, we're not going to. It's not even a figment of anybody's imagination where we're going to a gay pride parade with my 4-year-old. It's crazy. All right. Seems like we're all in agreement. All 24 of us are in agreement that we're not taking our 4-year-olds to see a bunch of gay old men fucking flap their floppy dicks around. I mean, it makes me so angry to even think about how these women could think of exposing their children to this fucking crazy. But that's what we deal with. And it's not in a big city. It's small cities. It's wild. Wild how we got here. Yeah, so JRE Funnies. Interesting. So far we're talking about the kid that I would not allow to go to the gay pride parade and would never he would not. He's raised right. He's fucking a nerd that I'm making sure is well-rounded. We do push-ups every day. We do pull-ups every day. He's great on the basketball court. But the kid is a nerd. And he cried at the end of the summer, or the beginning of summer. And he said, well, what do you mean I can't go to school tomorrow? I'm like, yeah, school's over for a couple months. And I mean, he loves school so much. He's a super nerd, but I'm trying to get him a real physical super nerd. And he's very excited. It's crazy that, of course, we're only in first grade. Things could change once we get to, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, high school. Totally change. But hopefully things keep tracking on this kid that, he loves academics. We were reading these Dr. Seuss books the other night. And I'm like, listen, this stuff is hard to read. I can't even read this rhyming shit. How about we read a book that's easier to read? And I swear, this first grade, he's only 6.5 years old. He's like, no, I want to read this. Because if it's hard to read, then when I go to read a normal book, it'll be easier. And I'm like, I don't even think that way I do as an adult, but how does a 6.5-year-old choose, hey, no, I'm going to read these stupid rhyming Dr. Seuss books that nobody talks like. And if you've ever read these books, you're like, fuck, I'm getting all confused myself trying to read these books. He says, oh no, I want to keep reading this because I know it's hard. And when I go to read a normal book, it'll be easy. That's not my younger son. My younger son is going to be different. But he is excited. That's the response. He is excited to go to school every single day. He loves going to school. First grade super nerds are the best. I'm sure he will be a chip off the old block. Let's hope not, because I was the anti-student, the worst student. Like, words can't articulate how bad I was as a student. Let's put it this way. I had whiskered nuns dragging my ass down the hallway in kindergarten because I could not stay in class. I was that disrupted. Like, whiskered. What was her name? I think it was White. Nun White? What do you call those? Sister White? I can't remember. It was a Catholic elementary school. Well, let's just hope they are not a chip off the old block. It's crazy when he said no. Like, I'm like, listen, buddy. Nobody talks in these weird ass rhymes. It's these things and follow along. Let's just read a book. He's like, oh well, no, I'm going to try this stuff here because, and it was, how the fuck does a 6-year-old think like that? Kind of crazy. But he's definitely not a chip off the old block in that part. Whisker Maximus. Did they smack your nut? No. It was, they couldn't hit us. But my dad did give my second grade teacher permission. I was extremely disruptive as a kid, all the way into high school. Like, I was fucked up for some weird reason. Extremely disruptive in school. And my kids are not that at all, which is, whew, I don't know how you deal with that. I really don't. I mean, it gives me hope, because even if my kids get a little weird, I think I turned out okay. I could have turned out way better if I was normal, but I don't know. I was extremely disruptive all the way till maybe sophomore in high school. Yeah, they held me ransom. Basically, my entire senior year, they said, you're not getting to graduate or a diploma unless you go to basically detention the entire rest of the year. I basically had to serve a sentence in order to graduate. So, yeah. And it wasn't like I was doing anything real bad. And I mean, it was in the 90s. I wasn't bringing guns and knives to school. I wasn't threatening. I mean, at the high school that my kids are going to go to, they just arrested somebody for making a big threat. If you know, you know. So they did. I have looked at. Someone said made the statement: disruptive kids usually end up great businessmen. And our friend Jordan Peterson brought up, outside of his whimpering and crying, I wish he didn't do that shit. He had a good speech or lesson on disagreeableness. And there's a fine line on how that disagreeableness will go. It can be used for greatness or you're going to prison type thing. On the disagreeableness, it is something you're born with. I can't articulate it as well as he did, in between his fucking whimpering and crying and shit. He is good, but I just can't get over his fucking whimpering and crying. The whole disagreeableness. If you can control it correctly, you do have a good outcome of life. All right, who said go to sleep, good night? Oh, Francis. Thanks for hanging in there. Some schools are banning cell phones now. Okay, did they ban cell phones here in... I have no idea. You know what's interesting is I did go take my kids hunting on they were there with me for 13 hours in the truck. Now, when we had to drive to the location, we had to drive off road a lot. We did a lot of walking. I did 16,000 steps that day. Of course, I didn't make them do that. But my kids don't watch TV and they don't play video games. And, you know, the literature states that when you constantly give your kids screen time, their attention span shrinks. And I'm not saying how you should raise your kids or whatnot, but this was a little experiment. 13 hours in the truck with me. Now keep in mind, they were standing on the center console quite a bit of time with their heads out the sunroof, using binoculars. They're 4 and 6 years old, but 13 hours, and these kids did not get cranky once. And I'm like, man, that might be your proof that holding off on all this fucking digital stimulation of these video games, because he tells me, yeah, you know, Camden's going home and he's watching YouTube and playing video games all weekend. They use screens as a babysitter, and we don't do that at all for the kids. Very involved and giving them activities and challenges and things of that nature that don't involve screens. And it's not really the screens, it's the quick satisfaction, the quick turnaround time that shortens their attention span and releases that dopamine. It happens with adults too. It's basically how social media and doom scrolling works. And TikTok and Instagram and even Facebook now too. But it was, I'm like, holy shit, we did fucking 13 hours. 13 hours without a screen. And it's just us talking. Of course, you know, they both had binoculars, standing on a center console, heads out the sunroof. We went on some stalks. We went to some boneyards. I'll post some on my Instagram. It'll be on the Super Secret Third YouTube channel, Instagram, of what we were doing. I had them all dressed up in orange. We're going on a whole bunch of stalks. I mean, we're doing walking 1,000 yards out, 1,000 yards back, 1,000 yards out, 1,000 yards back. At 4 and 6, and keeping them entertained for that long without popping on an iPad. I mean, of course, I could have done it easily with iPads or a tablet, but we didn't at all. It was crazy. It actually works. Oh yeah, they interact with each other. We talk. We ask questions. They're not afraid to ask the craziest questions. But just, I don't know. Is there a thing with the technology that you've got to have their hand-thumb coordination dialed in? They do get on a computer, at least my older son does, every day to do his schoolwork. We do. He obviously goes to school, but they've got a lot of online programs to further their education. So he's doing all his math and reading and spelling and shit like that on a laptop at the dinner table. But I don't stretch it out very long. He reads from a book for about 10 to 15 minutes, and he'll get 10 to 15 minutes on the computer of word math problems. It's crazy that first graders are doing word math problems. There's no way I did this at first grade. I don't know how they're doing. They're advancing so fast. First graders are like third graders of my time. It's nuts. It's nuts. But both the word math problems and just the reading. Like, how the hell? Who taught you how to spell that word? How do you sound that out? It's crazy. I don't know how they do it. All right, let's see here. They didn't have cell phones, plus the extended radiation. I don't know about the radiation, because I should be glowing the amount of time I spend with this freaking thing on me. iPad kids, that'll teach his kids to have their interactive tablet phone kids. Kids nowadays hardly speak. You know what's weird is I'm gonna tell you the last story. My I'm 48. My sister-in-law, I think she's 49. My wife is, I think, 44. And my, you call him maybe a brother-in-law. He's dating my sister-in-law. I think he's 49 also. My niece just started college. She's 18 and a half years old. All of us leading up to her going off to college said how awesome college was. And they were the good old days, the best times of our lives, the parties, the relationships, the experiences. She's been to college for a month and a half, and she says that everybody has oversold it. College is boring. And tonight, I was like, if you think college is boring, you're doing it wrong. It was fucking off the charts amazing. After some discussion, we concluded that society has changed. Kids have changed. They don't have parties. They don't go out. They don't socialize at all in high school or college, especially college. I still remember my first night in the dorms and going to this massive bonfire party. And I still remember Sonny from Alaska. If you're watching, Sonny, I remember you. The first girl I talked to, it was within hours of arriving on campus. I was talking to the first new girl from Alaska, Sonny. It doesn't happen anymore. Everybody's dorks, like cell phone dorks. They don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how to have fun. They don't even know how to tap into that part of their brain. It's crazy to hear these stories about what college life is today in 2025 versus what it was in 1995. It's just crazy. Anyhow, I digress. I never went to college, but he has 2 degrees. Gotcha, but I turned 50 back in August. We're about the same age. You let your kid play some video games. No, zero social media. Yeah, I don't think there's need for social media. Basically, the only reason for social media in high school is how you're going to post your mass shooting threats. That's how it is around here. The whole bar scene is like non-existent anymore. It's kind of crazy. The bar and club scene, it's around here. It's illegal immigrants is who dominates the bar and club scenes. Middle class, middle upper class. They're in a basement with a screen in front of them. They're like zombies. It's weird. Alrighty, what are we at here? We're at three hours on Too Much Handyman. 10th grade for me. I made it halfway through. I don't know what that means. It means you. Did your parents have the new video game rule for YouTube? There were no video games. We had back in the old day. There was an Atari and Nintendo. Like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out was my thing. And it was bad. I was obsessed with Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. That was it. Of my video games. All right, we had Street Fighter and what the fuck was that other one? Contra. Do you remember Contra? Yeah, there was Duck Hunt. I had that. Contra. I can't remember. It was like the very first Army game. I do remember a little bit of not Street Fighter. You know what I'm talking about. The other one. It wasn't Commando. They were very primitive video games. And I never got into them after 8th, 9th grade. In college, Oh, fuck, what was that? Late 90s, early 2000 is when first person shooter games came out. And what the hell was that? War game. Uh, anyways, some kids in my house got some intranet fired up where everybody could fight in this shit. I dabbled with it. I was like, fuck, this is awesome. I never want to do it again. I could see myself getting into the whole gaming thing and how it can be addictive. What was the main? It was not Doom. It was Mortal Kombat was when I was in high school. College. What the fuck is the first big army, like the World War II type shit? I don't know what it was, but I remember getting obsessed with it. It was PC type shit. You know, you got to use the buttons and stuff. And I was like, man, I got to get out of this. It's crazy. People were staying up all night long, and that's normal now to go on these binges of playing these games. But you're just Call of Duty. There it was. At Call of Duty, I had roommates that were crazy into Call of Duty, and that shit started in the early 2000s. You're wearing fucking headsets and you're getting wired up in this stuff. Yeah, I'm so glad it didn't get its teeth into me. All right. Any last topic of conversation? Oh, we just clicked over freaking 4 hours on Too Much Handyman. Who wants to open the floor for all 22 of us? Can you imagine 22 of us crammed into here? What are we talking about? What's most important to you? I grew up in a small town, a small farm town, and the original Nintendo was the last video game system we ever had. We preferred to be outside. God, what? I mean, up until Atari didn't grab a hold of us, it was Nintendo. But we played guns. That was normal. You want to come outside and play guns? And every kid had a toy gun. And we built forts. And we built trails for our BMX bikes. Like late 80s, like Rad Racer. I don't know if you guys remember that movie. It was fucking like, I don't know, Harry Potter of the 80s for us. I don't know. But we built trails, we played guns, and we built forts. Like, that was it. I don't know what MOH is. Medal of Honor created Call of Duty. I only recognize Call of Duty because it was that first person shooter thing and you controlled it. BB gun wars. Oh man, one pump minimum. BB guns, and you would wear all your winter clothes. I remember one kid got shot in the hand, and a fucking BB went in his hand, and it ruined everything. He didn't wear his gloves, and he had to go to the hospital, and they had to dig out a BB that kept migrating through the palm of his hand. We played that too with your BFF, a few houses down, BB gun wars. Oh man! But if you went over one pump, and you had to have your winter clothes on. BB gun wars. I don't think I would advise that. As much as it was pretty risky. You get hit in the eye. I mean, we did it. But just do some airsoft. Let's compromise on airsoft. But the real BB guns, they would penetrate skin. Someone always went over one pump. One pump minimum. Holy shit. There's always the kid that ruined it, and then the parents would get involved. What the fuck is going on? I had a pump pistol for a while. I used to play CTF at the park during the summer. I don't know what CTF is. Capture the flag. Yeah, we did a similar thing. We called it a manhunt, and it was at night. It had to be dark, and in the middle of summer, I don't know how our parents let us stay up till dark. We were running around, basically manhunt is hide and go seek, and that's another thing that's really, really different. There's not that many kids around. Just my neighborhood had like 50 fucking kids, and the age range probably spanned a good 6 to 8 years. There are no kids anywhere where I live. They shut down the school. They're shutting down elementary schools everywhere, plowing them down and installing high density housing. It's crazy. We're going to take this elementary school. It's not 100% full. We're going to try to disperse these kids into other areas and tear it down, put up high density housing. Why? Because we can collect more property tax, more income tax. We can cram more people into one spot. And people that have those values tend to vote a certain direction. If you don't have aspirations of raising a family with a backyard and teach your kid how to play sports or any of that, you're voting a certain direction. Kind of crazy. All right. It's time for me to go to sleep. The sun's probably cresting the horizon in a few hours. Somewhere. But not here. So, thank you all for joining. All 24 of you. Subscribe to see more videos and more live streams where we bullshit. Goodbye.